Prince of Lorlonia, or The Valley of Wishes. A Fairy Tale of the Days of Chivalry by the Countess of Jersey.
Chapter 1. Olga and her brother. "Come here, Princess Olga," cried the nurse. "Your mamma wants you." Olga was picking roses in the garden, but she ran as fast as her little legs could carry her towards the broad veranda where she knew she should find her mother. The Princess of Lorlonia lay on a low couch, supported by a pile of cushions, and her dark eyes looked all the darker because her face was so pale and thin. She smiled as Olga came near her and said, "Baby wants to be taken out of the cradle, Olga. Do you think you can lift him?" Olga was delighted. She had often held little Eric in her arms before, but she had never been trusted to lift him out of his bed by her very own self. "You had better fetch your little chair first," continued her mother, "so that you can sit down beside me when you have him in your arms." Olga obeyed, and having carefully arranged her little white and gold chair near her mother's couch, she still more carefully bent over the cradle of carved ebony in which Eric was beginning to kick his legs and wave his arms, quite determined to show that he had been quiet for as long a time as could be expected of a sturdy boy 9 months old. He smiled up when he saw his sister, and allowed her to take him up and to sit down and amuse him with his coral and golden bells. "You must learn to take care of baby, Olga," said the princess. "The day may come when he will be left in your charge." "What do you mean, Mamma?" asked the little girl, astonished. "Perhaps you cannot understand altogether, darling," answered her mother, "but you know that when your father died, little Eric became Prince of Lorlonia, and that all this part of the country belongs to him." "Yes, I know, Mamma, and I know that you are to take care of him till he is a big boy, and then he is to take care of you." "I will take care of him as long as I am alive, my child," said the princess in a rather sad voice, "but I may not live till he is a big boy. You are 11 years older than Eric, and if I die, you must tell him that his father and mother wanted him to be a brave man, to speak the truth, and to take care of his people." "You won't die, my own mamma," cried Olga. "You will live to be an old, old woman, and then Eric and I will both take care of you." "I hope I may live till you both grow up, but I do not know," said the lady. "Remember what I have said if I do not. Remember also that Eric and you are to live here with Count Radul and his wife, and you are not to be taken away to any other castle or city as long as they can protect you here." "I will remember, Mamma," replied the little girl gravely. Eric here showed signs of impatience. He thought that the conversation had lasted quite long enough, and that his mother and sister, having settled his future to their satisfaction, ought to attend to his present amusement. Olga got up and carried him towards some brilliantly flowering bougainvillea. The little boy stretched out his hands to the gay clusters, and crowed and laughed, till his nurse summoned by the princess's handbell, bore him away for his evening's meal and walk. Olga ran back to her roses, for she had not picked all she needed to fill the bowls in her mother's room. Presently, a clatter of horses' feet and jingling armour sounded on the broad road which lay below the terraced garden. This road was almost hidden from sight by a narrow plantation of myrtle and other shrubs, but from the end of the upmost terrace a glimpse could be caught of any wayfarers who passed along it, just before they turned to mount the hill on which the castle stood. Olga accordingly scampered to that post of observation, and then hurried back to her mother, crying, "Mamma! Mamma! 4 knights and squires in armour, and a dozen men-at-arms. They are riding up to the castle, and I think the crest is cousin Vladimir's vulture. It is an ugly bird like that, I'm sure." Princess Anna turned, if possible, paler than before, and murmuring to herself, "An ugly bird indeed," rang her bell hastily, and said to Olga, "Run in, dear. Send Amalia to me, and tell nurse to change your frock and comb your hair. Then come to my room. Go," she added to the servant who answered the bell, "ask Count Radul to hasten to meet the guests who are coming up to the castle, and beg the Countess to join me in the salon." Amalia came to help her mistress, who was very delicate, to go to her room and prepare to receive the unexpected visitors, whoever they might be. The castle was so remote from other dwellings of the same sort, and so entirely surrounded by the vast possessions of the princes of Lorlonia, that it was not usual, in times of peace, to keep sentries on the lookout, though a small garrison of armed retainers lived in the guard-house under the command of the late prince's faithful vassal and friend, Count Radul. The knights who were riding up to the outer gateway must have been known as friends of the family at the various outposts on the highways and bridle paths leading to the castle, or they would not have been allowed to pass unchallenged. Nevertheless, the widowed Princess of Lorlonia knew only too well that some outward friends are more dangerous than open enemies, and she was more afraid of her husband's cousin, Count Vladimir, than of many of the wild chieftains or bandit leaders against whom the prince had fought in his lifetime. The princess had just put on a black satin robe, and Amalia was fastening a long veil of white lawn to her hair with a large diamond brooch, when a knock was heard at the door. "Come in," said the princess, and the Countess Sophie Makrovos, the wife of Count Radul, entered the room in some excitement. "I ventured, Princess, to come to your chamber instead of to the salon as you required. My husband thought that your Highness had better be prepared with the news that the stranger knights are Count Vladimir and his attendants." "Thank you, Countess. I guessed as much, for Olga saw that the crest was like my cousin's. Has Count Radul met him?" "He is just greeting him at the entrance, and will take him for refreshments to the banqueting hall. He bade me to say that he will await your summons to conduct the Count to the salon." "It is well, Countess. As soon as Olga comes, we will go there." Olga, her blue eyes sparkling with excitement, and wearing a white satin frock with lace sleeves, now ran into the room, and her mother, leaning on the Countess's arm, descended to the salon, where 2 young ladies, Xenia and Irene, who acted as maids of honour, and 2 pages awaited her presence. Countess Sophie led the lady to a large chair of state at the end of the room, and Olga seated herself on a little footstool at her right hand. One of the pages was then sent to tell Count Radul that the princess was ready to receive her guests whenever they were sufficiently refreshed from the toil of their journey. Not many minutes had elapsed before the attendants, who were waiting outside the salon, threw open the large folding doors, and the seneschal, Marco, an old man, richly dressed in black velvet, with a long gold chain around his neck, advanced into the room and announced, "The noble and valorous lord, the Count Vladimir of Gravinia, has just come to greet his well-beloved cousin, the gracious and noble Lady Anna, Princess of Lorlonia, and her son, the high-born and mighty Prince of Lorlonia." The seneschal struck the ground with his long white staff, his token of office, and stood aside to admit the count, so formally announced, who entered with Count Radul on his right hand, and followed by his own attendants, and the other gentlemen who were acting as officers of the princess's guard. Count Vladimir bowed low to his kinswoman, who rose as he came forward, and said, "Welcome, cousin Vladimir. I am glad to see you at Lorlonia. Had you given me notice, I would have received you more fittingly." "I ask no other greeting, dear cousin, than to see you well. And is this my dear little Olga?" he added, stooping to kiss the child, who submitted politely, but without much pleasure. "Yes, this is Olga," replied her mother. "Will you sit down, cousin?" She pointed to a chair near her own, and the count sat down. Count Radul and his wife, at a sign from the princess, also seated themselves. Xenia and Irene remained in the background, and the other attendants conversed together at the lower end of the room. Count Vladimir, a tall, dark man, with restless eyes, did not seem entirely at his ease. He explained that he had been suddenly summoned to the capital, where the king was calling a council of his chief vassals, in order to discuss some points connected with the defence of the kingdom. He then continued, "I was on a visit in this neighbourhood, and I could not pass near your castle, my dear cousin, without calling to pay my respects, and to offer my services as representing the interest of my dear little cousin Eric at the council." "Thank you, cousin Vladimir," answered the princess, rather coldly. "It is very thoughtful of you, but I have no need to trouble you with the care of any interests except your own. The lands of Lorlonia pay a certain annual sum to His Majesty, and are free from further charge or burden. Count Radul looks after their defence, and my son's other officers see that the law of his land are carried out. When Eric is old enough, he may choose to follow the king to the wars, but meantime the council cannot affect him or his interests in any way. The king loved his father, and will certainly not try to interfere with the rights of the son." Certainly, dear Anna," said Vladimir, with an annoyance which he vainly tried to hide under a show of affection. "Allow me, however, to say that ladies do not always understand the concerns of courts and kings. Circumstances may alter cases, and His Majesty or his advisers may wish to ask more from Lorlonia, either in men or money than was formerly given. It would be of great advantage to your son if I, as his kinsman, were to receive your authority to speak for him in the council."
"I am not at all afraid of demands from the king, cousin Vladimir," replied the princess quietly, "and if his Majesty had any communication to make, he would send me a messenger direct, by whom I should send a direct answer. Circumstances, as you justly remark, alter cases, and I should like to know full particulars of any case which might arise before authorizing anybody, even a relation, to speak in my name and my son's."
Vladimir frowned darkly, while Count Radul looked on the ground to hide a smile of satisfaction. He understood very well why Count Vladimir wanted permission to speak in Eric's name. The Count thought that he would bribe the king and the council with offers of men and money from his little cousin's lands, and that, in return, rights would be given to him over the whole country of Lorlonia, that he would be appointed guardian during the boy's infancy, and perhaps contrive in the end to make himself master in his place. Both Count Vladimir and Count Radul, however, knew that the princess spoke truly. The king had been a great friend of the late prince's. He respected his widow, and would not listen to anyone who did not speak, in the first instance at all events, with her authority. "Well, my lady," said Vladimir after a pause, trying to speak in a gay and cheerful manner, "since you will not allow me to act a kinsman's part towards my little cousin, will you at least allow me to see him?"
"Certainly," replied the princess, relieved that the Count gave up the argument so readily. "George," she added, beckoning to one of the pages, "go and bid Nania bring Prince Eric here." "Let me go," exclaimed Olga, jumping up and throwing her arms round her mother's neck. She whispered, "I want to see that Nurse puts on his right frock." "Very well," answered her mother, smiling, and the little girl ran off. The seneschal watched her proceedings with considerable disapproval. Though very fond of his little princess, he did not think that she ought to run messages in the presence of strangers, and he took care that the attendants should be ready to throw the doors wide open when she returned with her brother and his nurse, whilst he himself marched into the room, wielding his white staff with added importance, and announcing in a voice of unwonted solemnity, "The high-born, noble, and mighty Eric, Prince of Lorlonia, Count of Mandania, Hospodar of Tortissima, and Lord Paramount of all the cities, towns, and territories between the mountains of Vasilos and the river Mitrovec." The poor little prince, Count, Hospodar, and Lord Paramount looked almost appalled at the recital of his own dignities, and at the stately manner in which the assembly rose and saluted at his entrance. The sight of his mother, however, reassured him, and he looked round, pleased with the jingle of the swords and the spurs and the flashing of the helmets carried by the knights and men-at-arms, and the glitter of the breastplates which they wore. "Here he is, a soldier's son," said Count Radul, "and knows a soldier when he sees him." Count Vladimir, who, during Olga's absence, had been talking to the Princess and Countess Sophie about his journey and the beauty of the surrounding country, now rose hastily and tried to take the baby from Nanya. The little fellow would not allow this. He did not cry, but, pushing his cousin away with his tiny hand, held out both arms to Count Radul, and insisted with energetic movements that he should take him and carry him to his mother. Seated on her lap, he broke into a cheerful smile, and seemed thereby to respond to the greetings of the company. Count Vladimir turned away with a forced laugh, and remarked to the Princess, "Your boy is a fine child, but does not know his friends." "Indeed he does," broke in Olga. "Eric loves everyone who loves him." "He does not love me, Olga," replied the Count. "Well, you see, he can't know yet whether you love him," retorted the little girl. "Hush, Olga," said her mother. "Your cousin quite understands that Eric is a baby, and will learn in time to behave properly." "I hope he will learn both to know me and to love me," remarked the Count. After a little further conversation, the Princess and her children retired, the Princess begging that her cousin would excuse her presence at supper, as she was not strong enough for late hours. Count and Countess Makrovos attended her to the door of her own apartments, and as they went back to the salon, the former muttered to his wife, "It will be a good thing for the family if they all know friends from foes as quickly as little Eric." "You don't think the Count will do the child any harm, do you?" whispered the Countess, alarmed by his manner. "He shall not have the chance if I can help it," returned her husband. "But hush, walls have ears when there are strangers in the house." Meantime, Count Vladimir had called his favourite squire, the red-haired and crafty Nicholas, to look at the view from the large window at the end of the salon. As they stood together in the recess, he murmured in an angry tone, "That brat is as obstinate as his mother. I wish I had him in my power."
File 2.
Chapter 2. Vladimir takes advice. The castle of Lorlonia was, in reality, a stately palace of black and white marble, solidly built, and surrounding a paved courtyard, in the midst of which played a beautiful fountain, supplied from a water tower, which also served as a post of observation for the watchman in times of war or danger. An arcade with alternate columns of black and white marble ran round the three sides of the court. On the fourth was a wide entrance, with elaborately wrought bronze gates, opening onto a broad gravelled terrace with a smooth lawn beyond. Except where the ground was artificially levelled, the hill on which the castle was erected sloped gradually away in all directions. On two sides it was laid out in gardens and pleasure grounds. The third was covered with stables and outbuildings of various kinds, and up the northern approach wound, amidst oak and chestnut trees, the broad road by which Vladimir had arrived on his visit to his cousin's home. The whole hill where it reached the plain, was encircled by a high stone wall, with small fortified guard towers at intervals. Travellers from the south-west entered through an archway protected by a portcullis, and passed along the foot of the western garden, from which Olga had first caught sight of the men-at-arms. Vladimir, whose temper was not improved by his failure to obtain the object of his visit, refused to spend more than one night at the castle, and at an early hour on the morning following his arrival assembled his troops on the terrace outside the bronze gates. Princess Anna, who was anxious not to offend him more than possible, came out to say good-bye, holding by the hand Olga, whose golden curls were shining brightly in the morning sunlight. Nanya stood near with little Prince Eric in her arms. The boy was enchanted by the sight of so many horses and soldiers, and in high good humour, even consented to shake hands with his dark-browed cousin. "Good-bye, young man," said Vladimir, "and take my advice. If people in this world offer you friendship, don't refuse it. There is not so much spare kindness going begging." "I hope neither Eric nor I shall ever refuse friendship, cousin Vladimir," said the princess, "certainly not that of our kinsmen. We shall always be glad to see you here, and we wish you a prosperous journey." "Good-bye, my lady Olga," said the Count, turning to her. "What do you wish me?" "I wish you to love Eric, really and truly," replied the little girl earnestly. "Teach Eric to love me, then," said the knight, laughing. And kissing the hand of the princess, he vaulted onto his horse. Count Radul brought him the stirrup-cup, and after pledging the company at large, he returned the golden goblet with a final bow, and rode away. "Nicholas," said he, as the heavy portcullis of the south-western archway fell behind them, "methinks fair means have failed to gain our ends. What is to be our next move?" "I hardly know, my lord. You have many friends on the king's council. Would not they support you if you applied directly to be made guardian of the little prince?" "Perhaps they might, but it would be of little use. The council has nothing to do with Lorlonia and its prince. The whole thing depends on the king himself. He will believe anything Princess Anna says, and do anything she wishes." "You are the nearest relation, my lord, and must succeed to the principality if anything should happen to the child." "There is Olga, but a girl might be more easily managed if the boy and his mother were out of the way." "Princess Anna cannot live long." "No, but you will see. She will leave the boy in charge of that impertinent fellow, Radul Makavros. He behaves already as if he were lord of the castle. I am certain that she has spoken to the king about it, and probably to all the neighbouring counts and hospodars. Most of them are friends or relations of her own." Nicholas was silent for a few minutes, and then he said, "My lord, I hardly see how open force or open policy will help us."
"I did not suppose you would," retorted his leader. "Have you anything that is not open to suggestion? We're not talking in the marketplace."
Nicholas looked cautiously behind him.
The other squires were talking and laughing together, well out of earshot. They were fully aware that their lord did not care for interruptions when conferring with his favourite. The men-at-arms and baggage mules were following at a still more respectful distance. "It is all right," said the Count impatiently. "Those fools are not listening. What is this desperate secret? Have you contrived to bribe any of my cousin's people?" "Not a chance of that, my lord, I am afraid. They have too comfortable quarters, and too easy a time of it, with a lady and a baby to rule them." "Afraid of having to go out and fight like men, I suppose, the cowards!" exclaimed Vladimir. "Well, then, let's hear. What is your famous plan?"
"My lord, did you ever hear of the pink marble quarries of Lorlonia?"
"Hear of them? I should think so. They bring in a golden harvest every year to that lucky brat, as they did to his father before him. What of them?"
"Some of them lie not far from the road by which we travel tomorrow, and we might turn aside to visit them, if your lordship pleases."
"Why should I please? Do you hope to corrupt the quarrymen?"
"I beg your pardon, my lord. I am afraid you will laugh at me."
"I shall make you laugh on the wrong side of your mouth if you don't get on quicker with what you have to say. What have the quarries and the quarrymen to do with my claims on Lorlonia?"
"Well, my lord," continued Nicholas, speaking more quickly, 3 or 4 miles beyond the quarries, which are surrounded with a little workman's town, there is a vast deserted city, with temples and palaces all complete, built entirely of this precious pink marble. There are houses and baths, beautiful fountains, and groves of orange and almond trees. Yet no man, woman, or child of the workman's town will go and live in these palaces, or even wander in the gardens." "Well, what of it? Do you suppose that I should seize the marble city and make it my capital?" sneered Vladimir. "Is this your cunning plan, when open force and open policy fail?" "Not exactly, if your lordship will have patience. The marble city is abandoned and avoided, because the country people say that it is haunted."
"Haunted? What nonsense!" cried Vladimir contemptuously.
"Perhaps it is nonsense," continued Nicholas, "but I have known wise men who thought quite the contrary."
"And what was the wise men's story?" asked his master.
"They say that every palace, temple, and garden is inhabited by little white dwarfs, the subjects of a magician who threw some spell over the place centuries ago. The dwarfs sleep by day in secret chambers, but at night they throng the city, feast and work, and follow all the occupations of mankind. Their master is seldom seen, but if anyone has the courage to lie down to sleep in the great hall of the principal palace on Midsummer Eve, the dwarfs will lead him to their master, and he will answer 3 questions and give counsel which never fails. Some add that none can succeed in this quest save those who are akin to the princes of Lorlonia."
You expect a reasonable man to believe this tale? And even if it were true, what then?
Tomorrow, remarked Nicholas quietly, will be Midsummer Eve.
And you suggest that I should spend the night in your precious city?
I suggest nothing, my lord. It occurred to me that your lordship might care to visit the famous pink marble quarries of Lorlonia, since you were in the neighbourhood, and this reminded me of a legend, not unconnected with your family. No doubt the superintendent of the quarries would be pleased to show you hospitality, but if the works would not interest you, there is an end of the matter.
The Count made no answer.
Nicholas fell a little behind, and when next his lord spoke, it was on quite a different subject. That evening the Count and his retainers slept at a little country inn. At supper, Vladimir asked the landlord who attended him whether the quarries of pink marble were worth a visit.
"Assuredly, noble lord," replied the man. "All who see them say there are none like them in the world. They are called the rose quarries, for the marble has veins as delicate as a blush rose, and it glows like pearls and opals. If your excellency should please to stop tomorrow on your way to Mandania, which is our prince's frontier town, as your excellency knows, the master of the rose quarries would be proud to show them to his highness's kinsman." "Then they lie between here and the frontier. Could I inspect them and push on to sleep at Mandania tomorrow night?"
"Oh, not well, noble Count. They lie a little off the high road, and it would take some hours to see all them marvels. If your excellency pleases, I will send a messenger to Master Giagietto at daybreak, and bid him prepare a lodging for you and your noble party."
"Do so, good man. Tell him that one of the sheds or quarrymen's huts will be all that we need."
Nicholas grinned to himself, but said nothing. The whole population of the little workman's town was astir when the gaily armed train rode up soon after noon on Midsummer Eve. And Giagietto, master of the rose quarries, received his prince's cousin with all possible respect and courtesy. The quarries were very extensive, and gave employment to a large number of men, who lived with their families in little huts scattered all over the mountainside. At the foot, on the banks of a smoothly flowing river, were more substantially built houses belonging to the foremen, tradesmen, and other of the richer inhabitants. The river had wharves on its banks, against which were fastened rafts and flat-bottomed boats in readiness to take away the blocks of marble to other towns and seaports. Vladimir was shown all the wonders of the place, the quarries themselves, where the men were boring and splitting the rocks with crowbars and pickaxes, the yards, where the huge masses were hewn into shapes more convenient for transport, and the workshops, where the finest specimens were prepared by skilled workmen for their final destinations as columns and other ornaments for the palaces of kings and nobles. The marble was indeed marvellously beautiful, and when smoothly polished, was more like some lovely pink pearl than the solid material used for buildings and pavements.
"Now," said Jagietto. "Your Excellency has seen all our workaday premises. Will you be gracious enough to come to our Rose Hall, where we have made ready some refreshments?"
Vladimir was getting very hungry, and was only too glad to follow his guide through a long gallery leading from one of the quarries right into the side of a hill. When he again issued into daylight, he could not refrain from a cry of astonishment. He found himself in a large circular chamber, open at the top to the sky, but surrounded entirely by walls of the finest pink marble, fancifully adorned with representations of animals, flowers, ferns, trees, and waterfalls.
"Yes," said Jagietto, with an air of pride and satisfaction. "From this part of the mountain we quarry the most beautiful marble. And when the middle of this pit had been cleared out, the great-grandfather of our present prince gave orders that the wall should be left standing, dressed and polished, just to show what our minds could produce. Since then, our best workmen, in their spare time, have amused themselves by carving all these pictures on the walls. And now I don't believe there is such another hall in the world as ours." "I should think not," replied Vladimir, who was only too anxious to flatter his little cousin's subjects with smooth words and compliments, and whose good humour was certainly increased by the sight of a plentiful banquet spread on a marble table, and surrounded by marble seats. While they were eating, the Count asked the superintendent many questions about the works and the extent of the quarries, which Jagietto, pleased with his apparent interest, gave him all the information in his power. "Yes," he said, "your Excellency must have seen many castles and palaces enriched with our marble. I often grieve that His Highness's own castle of Lorlonia was built before these quarries were opened. Our pink would be much handsomer than the black and white of which it is constructed." "Surely," said Vladimir, "this rose marble was known long before the castle of Lorlonia was built. Have I not heard of some very fine buildings, now no longer in use, which lie just beyond these quarries, and are all made of this beautiful marble? If I had time, I should rather like to visit them."
"Ah, well," replied Jagietto, "there are a few deserted houses, which some people call the Rose City, but I would not advise your Excellency to waste your time in going there. The path is exceedingly rough, in fact, impassable for horses, and no one lives in the place. It is true that some marble, like ours, must have been used in building there, but probably it was picked up accidentally, and then the whole thing was forgotten till Prince Hetgar's time. Let me give your lordship some of this venison."
Jagietto was evidently anxious to drop the subject, and Vladimir, who had learned all that he wanted to know, did not wish to continue a conversation which might have enlightened his followers. So he accepted the venison and began to talk about hunting. One of the workshops near the entrance to the principal quarry had been hastily prepared as a lodging for the men-at-arms, and Jagietto invited the Count, Nicholas, and the 2 other squires to sleep at his own house. Vladimir requested that Nicholas might share his room, which he was satisfied to find was on the ground floor, and had large windows opening into the garden. He said he was very tired, and asked Giagietto to allow him to retire to his chamber as soon as the sun had set. An hour later, when all was quiet in the master's house, 2 figures crept stealthily through the little garden and crossed the small strip of level ground lying between the workman's town and the marble mountains. "Are you sure you know the way?" one asked impatiently. "I made careful inquiries, my lord," replied the other, "and the men told me that none cared to follow yonder dark path between the 2 peaks. Wise men may take the road which fools fear, and fall into dangers which fools avoid," retorted his chief. Nevertheless, he followed on. Presently the path became nothing but a track, rough with fallen stones, and hard to trace by the dim light of the stars, for the moon was not yet risen. "There is no path at all," exclaimed the Count, after another hour or so of hard walking. "Your city is a mere fool's dream." "Does your lordship choose to return?" asked Nicholas calmly. "Yonder are walls and columns. Perchance there is no oracle behind them, and it would be lost labour to proceed." "Well, since we have come so far, we may as well see the business out," replied the Count in a somewhat surly tone, and Nicholas, with a grim smile, scrambled over the mass of rocks which formed a kind of final barrier between the narrow pass and an open plain on the other side. In this plain, which stretched away to the west, but was bounded on the south by a great forest, and on the east by another ridge of mountains, rose the dark walls and stately roofs which the sharp eyes of the squire had detected from a distance. Just as the Count gained his side, the full moon arose over the mountain tops, and sailing silently into the cloudless sky, poured a flood of light with sudden and startling illumination over the deserted mansions of the Rose City.
File 3.
Chapter 3. The Rose City. If the marble banqueting hall of Prince Hetgar had looked beautiful in the golden sunlight, far more lovely appeared the city, whose roseate walls caught and threw back the silver radiance of the moon. Right and left the crimson ramparts stretched their smooth surface, broken at regular intervals by stately columns, whose rounded form made them appear rather paler than the marble on which they cast their shadows, and whose delicate veins could be clearly traced in the mystical light. Just in front of the strangers there was a wide opening in the wall, where gates had doubtless hung in olden times, but which now afforded an unimpeded view into the very heart of the city. A broad avenue ran directly from it, having on either side a row of colossal statues of kings and warriors, each holding in his hand a sword, a spear, or a sceptre. Behind these appeared splendid buildings with domes, colonnades, and slender towers, and at the end of the avenue could be seen a vast portico, which was evidently the entrance to the chief palace of the city. Every statue, every column,
Every building was built of the same pure marble, whose almost transparent texture glowed and varied from the deepest crimson to the palest possible shade of pink. And the richly carved ornaments with which the whole was adorned seemed in very deed to be framed of newly opened roses. The dark shadows cast by the statues appeared as if thrown by living guardians of the city, and, bold as Vladimir undoubtedly was, his heart beat somewhat faster as he looked at the silent path along which he was shortly to tread. "Now, my lord," said Nicholas, "if you wish to consult the oracle, you must go forward alone. The master of the White Dwarfs will only receive one inquirer at a time. If two go together, though they may hear sounds, no form will appear to them, and no voice will answer their questions." "You are more ready to send me into a trap than to walk into it yourself, Nicholas, methinks," said Vladimir. There was an angry flash in the squire's eye, but he answered in his usual smooth voice, "Just as your lordship pleases. I am quite ready to ask 3 questions on my own account, if you prefer to let me go in your stead, though, as I have not the honour of belonging to your lordship's family, it is doubtful whether I should get an answer." "And if I bade you ask the questions for me?" "It would be useless. The master answers each man for himself, not for another." "Well, then, stay here and wait for me. I fear neither dwarf nor soothsayer, but I care little to be the dupe of a man or magic." So saying, the Count waved his hand to his follower as a sign to remain outside, and hurrying forward, passed the gateway and trod firmly up the avenue. Nicholas looked after him. "Wise men must serve fools, I suppose," muttered he, "but they will ask their share of the spoils, and, if possible, avoid the danger." And wrapping his cloak around him, he sat down, with his back against a rock, to await his lord's return. He saw him pass the statues without looking up at one of them, but it seemed to him as if the sculptured chiefs bent their heads and frowned at the intruder. At length the Count paused on the steps of the portico for a moment. Then he advanced, yet more boldly, mounted to the platform at the top, and, entering a narrow doorway, disappeared from the sight of his squire. A strange spectacle greeted Vladimir when he had passed the doorway. He found himself in a spacious hall, perfect in every part, for the lapse of ages did not appear to have affected the Rose City in the smallest degree. Neither weather nor the hand of man had displaced a single block of marble, nor injured one carved leaf in the mass of ornament surrounding. The centre part of the hall was paved with rich pink and white mosaic, representing festivals and hunting scenes, and was surmounted by a high dome of rock crystal, through which the moonbeams fell in broken rays. This dome was supported by pillars, each twisted into some quaint and novel shape, and between the pillars and the outer walls of the hall was a wide corridor, roofed and floored with sculptured marble, and raised several feet above the mosaic pavement. The corridor was prepared as if for a feast. Soft silken cushions were scattered in all directions. Gorgeous curtains, woven with threads of gold and silver, were looped to the pillars. And from pillar to pillar, all round the hall, were festooned garlands of fresh roses. At intervals were placed little silver tables, only a few inches high, and against the walls were fastened silver sconces bearing torches of sweet-smelling wood. The torches were not lighted, and no food was as yet placed upon the tables. "Well," said Vladimir to himself, "whoever occupies this palace has some idea of making himself comfortable. I incline to suspect that the whole city is the headquarters of a band of robbers who give out that it is haunted in order to keep intruders at a distance. What shall I do now? If they find me here, the chances are that they will kill me as the surest way of making me hold my tongue. Shall I go back? That impudent fellow Nicholas will laugh at me, to himself and his companions, even if he dare not do so to my face. Besides, I should like to see the owners of all this property. They keep it in excellent repair, anyhow. White dwarfs. Those tables look about the size for dwarfs, but it must all be nonsense. Yet, how could robbers, or indeed any mortals, live here and never be seen by the quarrymen? Perhaps Giagietto knows all about it and is paid to keep quiet. Well, I will know the truth somehow. Sleep here? Lie down to sleep, I think, was the condition. It would be difficult to sleep in these strange quarters. I suppose I can help myself to a few of those cushions. So saying, the Count picked up half a dozen, carried them to the darkest corner of the corridor, arranged them as a bed, and lay down. All was silent. Even the night wind rustling the orange trees in the orchards, and the musical fall of the fountains, which he had heard as he walked up the avenues, did not reach him here. He shut his eyes, thinking that possibly the unseen inhabitants expected that of him, but he heard nothing. He opened them again, and watched the moonbeams falling on the pavement. Still nothing. He began once more to think over the questions he should ask the master of the White Dwarfs if he ever made his acquaintance. And so thinking, he became really drowsy, and closed his eyes without meaning to do so. What was that? Vladimir roused himself in haste and leaned on his elbow. Had he been asleep? Was he dreaming? Silence still, yet no longer solitude. The hall was thronged with little beings, men and women, no bigger than children of 4 or 5 years old, with perfectly white faces, clear blue eyes, hair of the palest yellow, and clothes made of white silk, trimmed with white swansdown. All the tables were now spread with food and wine, and every torch was lighted, shedding a dazzling lustre and a delicious odour. As the Count looked on, amazed, all the little white people rose to their feet. One, who seemed to be the leader of the ceremonies, gave a signal. Soft music played, and the whole assembly sang in chorus as follows. Many a chieftain and many a knight loved his lady and faced his foes, feasted where flowers and lamps shone bright, in the crimson city and hall of the rose. Years wheeled onward, valour is vain, spells to scatter the master throws. Never shall beauty her sway regain in the crimson city, the hall of the rose. Years roll onward, and ours is the home, trees that blossom and stones that glow, where silver light through the crystal dome floods the crimson city, the hall of the rose. He is dreaming, we guard his sleep. Mighty master, 'tis he who knows how we, his servants, a vigil keep in the crimson city, the hall of the rose. Now, said the leader, as the voices died away, sit and feast, white dwarfs of the Rose City. This is Midsummer Eve, and though our Lord slumbers, as is his wont, he bids you make merry. May none come to disturb our feast to-night, then, remarked a rather cross-looking dwarf, who sat at the same table with the first speaker. If there's one thing which I dislike more than another, it's when a tiresome, inquisitive mortal comes, asking questions and wanting answers. You have not to give the answers, Ripan, cried another, so what can it matter to you? Besides, added a fourth, we frightened the last man who came so thoroughly that I don't think we'll have anyone here for 3 years. If mortals were wise, they would keep their questions to themselves, said a very sapient-looking dwarf. I never knew any good come of the answers they get. That is only because they don't understand them and don't know how to use them, rejoined a lady dwarf. But then, mortals are densely stupid. Is it true that no one can get an answer from the master unless he belongs to the family of the Princes of Lorlonia? Asked one. I am not quite certain, replied the president, but I believe that our lord is obliged to answer the Princes of Lorlonia and their kindred, while he can do as he pleases if anyone else ventures into his presence. Then, exclaimed Vladimir, suddenly rising and advancing towards the table at which this conversation was carried on, take me to your master. I am cousin to the Prince of Lorlonia. This is Midsummer Eve, and I demand answers to 3 questions. Not so fast, replied the president, rising to his feet with an air of great composure, and waving his hand. In an instant every torch was extinguished, and as a cloud passed over the moon at the same moment, the hall was wrapped in darkness.
Immediately, at least a dozen dwarfs threw themselves upon the indignant count, and fastened his hands and feet tightly with cords. Not till this was done did the president speak again, or make any answer to Vladimir's angry protests. "Throw him on the ground and sit upon him," was his next order, and 5 or 6 dwarfs carried out the first injunction, while several more obeyed the second, and placed themselves upon the prisoner's arms, legs, and chest, with evident satisfaction to themselves, and much inconvenience to their victim. "Now, sir, who are you, and what right have you, as a spy, in our banqueting hall?" demanded the president, with a very severe air. "I am Count Vladimir of Gravina, and, as I told you before, I am cousin to the Prince of Lorlonia," gasped the furious noble. "I am not a spy. Do you think I want to see your trumpery feast, or that you will frighten me with your silly conjuring tricks? I heard you say yourself that your master, whoever he may be, is bound to answer the kinsman of Lorlonia. So take me to him without more delay, or the armies of our house shall come and batter down your wretched city." "You may or may not be related to the princes of Lorlonia," returned the president very calmly, while the dwarfs who were using the count as a seat indulged in a few private kicks. "I should not, however, have guessed it by your manners, and since you listened to our conversation, you are certainly a spy. As to armies, they might batter for months, and they would make little difference to a city which has stood here for centuries. Nevertheless, this is Midsummer Eve, and I will take my master's pleasure concerning you. Meantime, as you have interrupted my friends at their banquet, they may get what amusement they can out of you, whilst I am away." So saying, he left the hall, and the cloud, rolling away from the moon, gave the mischievous dwarfs light enough to fall upon the unfortunate count, and they forthwith proceeded to pinch him, beat him, and even kick him from one to another as an unwieldy football. His struggles and remonstrances were alike in vain, and he felt like a battered mass when the return of the president put a stop to their lively game. "Our master is graciously pleased to desire your presence, so get up and follow me," said the dwarf. "I advise you to try and behave with the courtesy becoming the rank to which you claim. You can untie his hands and feet," he added, addressing Vladimir's late tormentors, who appeared unwilling to let him go. The cords were slowly unfastened, and the freed prisoner struggled to his feet, scowling fiercely on all around, but afraid to express his wrath in words, lest the attack should be renewed. "Now, come," said the leader, rather impatiently, and taking a torch, he entered a long, narrow passage, which issued from one corner of the hall, and seemed to have no light from the outer air. Bruised and sore, the count stumbled after him, dimly guided by the flickering torch, and presently arrived in another hall, smaller than that which they had left. From this a staircase ascended to an upper story, and brought them to yet another long, dark passage. "Where are we going? You are leading me into some pitfall,"
exclaimed the Count. "Keep quiet, if you don't want to be pitched head foremost over the parapet," retorted the dwarf, emerging from the corridor onto a marble terrace surrounded by a kind of marble lattice carved as delicately as ivory fretwork. In the centre of the terrace was a canopy of silver, supported by 8 silver columns, and beneath it, on a couch covered with a cloth of gold, lay a very old man with a long white beard. A dwarf stood near each column, swinging a censer of perfume, while 3 others crouched at the head, and 3 at the foot of the bed, slowly waving large fans of ostrich feathers to and fro, that a soft-scented breeze might refresh the sultry night. Was the old man sleeping or waking? His eyes were closed, and Vladimir could not tell, till a hollow voice said, "Let him approach," and his guide, who evidently disliked him, pushed him roughly forward. As he drew near to the couch, the old man solemnly raised his right hand, and the Count saw on his forefinger an enormous diamond set in a massive silver ring. Somewhat to his own surprise, he perceived his face clearly reflected in the diamond. "It is well," said the old man. "The mortal who disturbs my rest is of the princely house. Let him ask his 3 questions, and be gone." Taken almost unawares, in spite of his previous preparation, the Count mustered his courage and his wits as well as he could, and asked in a tolerably firm voice, "Who shall be Prince of Lorlonia?" "He who wins it by a wish and holds it by the love of his people," replied the sage. "That does not tell me much. It might be I or another," muttered the Count to himself, and then asked aloud, "What shall happen to Prince Eric?" "His fate lies in the hand of a girl," was the answer. "I don't see much good in being pounded to a jelly for this information," was the discontented thought of the inquirer. "I must get something more to the purpose out of the old fellow this time." After a moment's pause, he said, "I was told, father, that you give counsel which never fails. Deign to tell me how I may win and wear the princely diadem of Lorlonia." Very slowly and distinctly came the answer. "Beyond the mountains which lie to the east of the Rose City is the Valley of Wishes, where every wish uttered by men, women, and children during the past 12 months takes form on New Year's Day. Whoever can first cross the stream which flows at the foot of those mountains on the further side of the Black Gorge, after the great bell of this city has tolled the passing of the old year, may choose amongst his wishes that which he will have fulfilled. No more. Leave me to rest. The great bell tolls, and Midsummer Day is here." Before Vladimir could speak,
speak or question the old man further, a deafening sound broke upon his ears. 1, 2, 3 tolled out into the night, and ere the 12th clash of the mighty bell had sounded, he fell senseless onto the pavement. When he opened his eyes again, he was lying near the rocks outside the city, and Nicholas was bending over him.
File 4.
Chapter 4. Olga finds a friend. It was the first day of August, and the sun shone gloriously on the castle of Lorlonia, yet all within it was sad. Princess Anna had died a week before, and the vassals of the princedom had been assembled in the castle to escort her to her grave. Now many of them had gone home, after again swearing fealty to the little Eric, and solemnly confiding him and Olga to the guardianship of Count Radul Makovros and his wife, in accordance with the wishes of the dead princess. 6 of the principal nobles were chosen as a council of regency, to look after the affairs of state until he came of age, and each of these in turn was to pay a monthly visit to the castle to see that little Eric was well and properly tended. Vladimir was one of the 6, and he and a few others still stayed on at the castle, saying that they could not leave the little orphans quite so soon, and would remain a few days to cheer them up. Poor little Olga, who had cried till she was tired, was sitting in the garden with Countess Sophie and Nanya, who was walking up and down carrying Prince Eric, who could not understand why all around him wore black clothes and looked so dull, and why he did not see his mamma. "What shall we do, Countess Sophie?" exclaimed Olga, leaning her head against her friend. "Cousin Vladimir pretends to be fond of us, but I never can like him, and I'm sure he does not like Eric, and he won't go away and leave us alone." "He will go in a few days, dear," replied the Countess, putting her arm round the little girl. "It is quite natural that he should wait to see that everything is settled before he leaves." "Xenia says he is always walking up and down the dark avenue, plotting with Nicholas. And sometimes Sir Witold was with them before he left, and she is sure they are up to some mischief." "Xenia cannot possibly know anything about it, and ought not to frighten you. Besides, Jagellon, the Hotspur of Dorjin, who was one of your father's greatest friends, is here, and means to stay as long as Count Vladimir is in the castle." Olga was silent, though not convinced, and at this moment Irene, a tall, fair girl, who had, like Xenia, been lady-in-waiting to Princess Anna, hastened towards Countess Sophie, and begged her to come at once, as Count Radul was seeking her. "Now, Olga," said the lady, kissing the child as she left her, "do not trouble your little head any more. Remember that you have plenty of friends to take care of you and Eric. Go and play with him, dear, and make him happy. That is what your mother would wish you to do." Olga went towards the bench where Nanya had now seated herself, and tried her best to play with Eric. But she felt so dull and miserable that she could not succeed, as usual,
in making her little brother laugh. And quite out of spirits, she said she would go and pick him some flowers from her own garden and bring them back to him.
Won't you call Lady Irene or Lady Xenia to go with you, Princess Olga? Asked the nurse. Or shall I send Catherine? It's a long way to your garden in the woods, and I suppose that's where you mean to go.
No, please don't, Nanya. I shall not meet anyone in the wood paths, and I had far rather be alone. I shall not be very long, and I shall be able to play with the baby much better when I've had a walk by myself.
The nurse hesitated. The wood, in which Olga had made a little garden for herself, lay, it is true, within the wall which surrounded the hill on which the castle stood, but it was the most distant part of the enclosed grounds, and through it flowed a small stream, which ran in under an arch in the wall near one of the guard towers, and out again beneath a similar opening about a mile off. Princess Anna had never given any special orders that Olga was not to go there alone, but generally a lady-in-waiting or one of the maids had gone with her, and Nanya was very anxious that all her late mistress's wishes should be carefully carried out. However, she could not imagine that any possible danger awaited Olga in the wood, and as the poor child would plainly be the better for an undisturbed walk, the nurse allowed her to go, only cautioning her to come straight home as soon as she had gathered her flowers. Quietly enough at first, Olga followed the broad gravelled paths and flights of stone steps which descended from terrace to terrace. But when the neatly kept gardens ended, and the mossy woodland tracks began, her spirits rose, and she began to run down the hill as she was accustomed to do. As she drew near the sheltered glade in which she had chosen the spot for her garden, she heard a sound of struggling and angry voices. She stopped for a moment, and then crept quietly on, till, through an opening in the trees, she could see what was happening without herself being seen. To her surprise, she saw Ivan, the head forester, who lived with some of his men in the guard-house near the entrance of the stream, holding by the arm a boy a little older than herself, whom he seemed about to strike with the stock of his musket.
"Stop, Ivan! What are you doing? What has that boy done?" cried the little girl.
Both Ivan and the boy looked up and saw Olga, who had issued from her hiding-place and was standing on the top of a bank just above them. Though Ivan did not strike the boy, he continued to hold his arm, and Olga had a good chance of looking at him. He was gaily and somewhat strangely dressed, in a suit of dark green velvet, with tight red silk sleeves, red stockings, and a red cap. His hair was dark, and his black eyes were very bright and sparkling. He was a pretty boy, despite his somewhat mischievous expression.
"I beg your pardon, Princess Olga," said Ivan, "but this young man deserves a thrashing if ever a boy did. He has not only pulled up the flowers in your garden, but has pulled down your rockery, and he won't tell me how he got here, where he and the likes of him have no business."
"Pulled down my rockery? Oh, boy, why ever did you do that?" exclaimed Olga.
"I did not know it was your rockery," answered the boy, looking rather ashamed. I wanted to make a bridge over the stream, and those stones looked handy for it. If you will tell this old fellow to let me go, I'll soon build up the rockery again." "I'd better thrash him first, Princess Olga. Indeed I had," entreated Ivan with energy. "It will teach him not to come here again. It's the only way with these young poachers." "I'm not a poacher," cried the boy indignantly. Well, never mind. The young lady shall decide. Is this old man to thrash me or not? I'll stand still and let him do it if you say so. But he could not do it by himself, not he." "No, no," said Olga hastily. "Let him go, Ivan, and I'll see that he builds up the rockery again, all right."
"But I must see him off the premises, my lady," insisted Ivan. "It will never do to leave him trespassing on the grounds of my Lord Prince Eric."
"Well, come back in half an hour. We shall have done the rockery by that time," said Olga.
Ivan still objected, but Olga was firm, and at last the old man moved discontentedly away, determining to return in a very short half-hour, and not to be far off meantime. Olga had very few child companions, and saw these rarely, so the bright eyes and the gay appearance of the young trespasser had taken her fancy. And no sooner was Ivan out of sight than she said, "I think the bridge was a rather good idea. Suppose we build it instead of the rockery."
"All right, but what will old Thrasham say?"
"Oh, well, you see, it was my rockery. I don't see what it matters to him."
"Nor I neither. Let's build the bridge by all means. We must make haste, though, for I have to go back."
"Go back? Where? Where did you come from?"
The boy looked round cautiously to see that no one was listening, and then said,
"It's a secret. I cannot tell you exactly, but you have done me a good turn, and you are a nice girl, so I will tell you something if you will promise not to tell anyone else."
Olga's eyes filled with tears as she answered,
"My father and mother are both dead, so I suppose I can promise now. If they had been alive, I must have told them."
"I'm very sorry they are dead," answered the boy, pausing as he arranged a stone near the bank.
"Perhaps that's another reason for telling you what I was going to say. You have been a friend to me, and I can be a friend to you if you need one. My father is travelling back to his own country, and as he stopped for a night on his journey not far from here, I thought I would explore the neighbourhood. I got in under the arch where the stream runs in, you know."
"How ever did you manage that?" said Olga. "You did not swim, for you're not wet, and your velvet clothes are not spoilt. It is not possible in any other way."
"Isn't it? Never mind. By the way I got in, you could get out if necessary. Now, I can give you a servant who would bring me a message at any time if you wanted to send for me."
"Why do you think I should want to send for you?"
"If you don't think it likely, it doesn't matter. I did hear folks say that trouble might be brewing up here. You have a little brother, have you not?"
"Yes, a dear little boy," cried Olga. "I should like you to see him."
"Perhaps I shall some day," continued the strange boy, still busy with the stones. "Is your brother the prince of the country?"
"Yes, he is. How much you know about us."
"Perhaps I do, and perhaps I don't. Well, would you like my servant?"
Olga paused, much perplexed.
"You are a very puzzling boy," she answered at length. "I have promised not to tell something you were going to tell me, and I really don't know now what it is. Was it that you were travelling with your father, or that you got in under the arch, or what? If it is about the servant, I could not have a fresh servant in the castle without telling anyone and saying where I got him." "You must not tell anyone anything about me," returned the boy, "except just what old Thrasham knows, or will know, that he found me spoiling your garden, and that I helped you build a bridge instead of a rockery because you wished it. As for the servant, if you would like to have him, I will arrange that you shall keep him without anyone except yourself knowing anything about him." Olga hesitated again. It was really a very perplexing position for a little girl not quite 12 years old. She did not in the least wish to deceive her guardians or to act against their desires. Yet, at the same time, she felt bound to do all she could to protect Eric. And she fancied that Count Vladimir was more dangerous than any of her friends suspected. If she had been a little older, she would have thought the danger of accepting a stranger's help, and the servant whom she had to hide, at least as great as that of trusting to such protection as she had already. But perhaps, as it turned out, it was fortunate that this did not strike her. She believed in the goodwill of her new companion, and replied, "I should certainly like to have someone whom I could send to fetch help if I wanted it. Only perhaps it might be naughty to keep a man hidden from everybody else." "I assure you it would not be in the least naughty to keep the servant I mean. Anyhow, if you agree, you shall see him tomorrow, and if you don't like him, you shall send him away. Listen carefully to this, however. He can understand what you say, though he cannot speak." "Cannot speak?" interrupted Olga, astonished. "Not a word," replied the boy. "Come down here at about this time, or as near it as you can manage, tomorrow, and he will be waiting for you. He will hold my red cap in his hand, and you will know him by that. You may give him any orders you like. Take the red cap and keep it carefully, and if ever you want my help, give the servant the cap, or throw it to him if you cannot get near him. That is all. Now, be quiet. Here is Thrasham coming back." "It is not half an hour." "No, I never suspected he would trust me so long. Here, give me the stone. Pretend to be busy." "Whatever are you doing, Princess Olga?" grumbled Ivan as he came up. "I never thought you would let that young scamp lead you into mischief. Why, you will block up the whole stream, spoil the trout fishing, make the water overflow the banks, and ruin the young plantations." "Oh, Ivan, don't be angry. I thought a bridge such a capital idea."
"Well, capital idea or not, it can't be carried out now, for this young master is coming with me, and he will have to walk out of the wood pretty quick, or he will make acquaintance with a stick after all. Now, come along, you. What's your name?"
"Yes, what is your name?" asked Olga eagerly.
"Redcap for the present. Goodbye," laughed the boy as Ivan marched him off.
"Goodbye. Don't hurt him, Ivan," cried Olga.
"Not if he behaves himself," replied the forester.
Olga watched them out of sight, gathered a few flowers, and slowly climbed up the hill. On reaching the castle, she gave the account of her expedition which Red Cap had suggested, and Countess Sophie and the nurse, pleased that she had found something to amuse and interest her, did not blame her for letting a strange boy help her to build the bridge. Had they known what else that boy had promised to do for her, they would have been considerably alarmed, but of that they were fortunately ignorant. All next morning, Olga was in a fever of excitement. The events of the last week were, however, quite sufficient to account for her state of mind, and nobody suspected that she had any other cause for her restlessness, for being unable to settle, either to work or play, and for constantly wanting to know the time. Early in the afternoon, she told the nurse that she wanted to go back to her garden. "Well," said Nania, "I suppose you will find no more strange boys there. I really wish you would take someone with you." "Ivan is sure to have kept a sharp lookout for boys," answered the child. "Don't be anxious, nurse. It is much nicer to go alone." Nania again consented, though somewhat reluctantly, and Olga made haste to escape before she should encounter Countess Sophie or anyone else likely to ask questions. Along the walks, down the steps, down the mossy path she ran, and with beating heart leapt over the last bank which overhung her garden. On the few remaining piled-up stones of her rockery, Red Cap in hand, was seated her new servant, a monkey.
File 5.
Chapter 5. Eric Needs a Friend. Olga stood still, in blank amazement. Surely Red Cap had played her just such a mischievous trick as she might have expected. What possible good could a monkey do, either for her or Eric? The monkey, on seeing her approach, started up from his seat, and held out the cap with a low and very profound bow. Then he stood in an attitude of attention, as if waiting her commands. "Are you my new servant?" she asked at length, in a tone of disappointment. The monkey bowed again, and again held out the cap, which Olga took, rather reluctantly. "What can you do?" she said, not quite knowing how to continue the conversation. The creature glanced round, and noticed a small summer-house where Olga kept her gardening tools. He ran to it, fetched a watering-pot, filled it at the stream, and proceeded carefully to water such of the plants as were in the shade of the trees, avoiding those in the glare of the sun. He looked up at the little girl as if asking her approval. Then, seeing that she had dropped her hood, he picked it up and carefully replaced it on her head. Olga smiled. "I see," she said. "You mean that you will work for me and wait upon me. That is it, isn't it?" The monkey nodded and grinned to show his satisfaction. "What shall I call you? You must have a name, you know. Will Tommy do?" The monkey shook his head, ran back to the garden, and picked a leaf of mustard, which he held up to her. "What? Mustard? What a funny name! Is that what you want me to call you?
The ape nodded 2 or 3 times.
Very well. I don't mind. I don't think it is a very pretty name, but if you like it, that is most important. Now then, Mustard, where shall you sleep, and what shall you eat?
Without a moment's hesitation, Mustard sprang up into an immense oak tree and curled himself up in one of the big branches, so that he was completely hidden by the thick leafy screen. Then, stretching himself, he jumped thence into a chestnut tree. Picking 1 or 2 nuts, he broke off the outer rind, cracked the shell, and ate the kernel with an air of the utmost content. Olga clapped her hands and laughed for the first time since her mother's death.
Oh, you dear Mustard! You are a nice monkey, and I like you very much.
Mustard acknowledged the compliment by springing with 1 bound to her feet.
I do wish Eric could see you, she continued. It would make him crow, and I dare say he would soon learn to say mustard. Couldn't we manage it?
Mustard shook his head again very solemnly, and held up 1 hand in a warning manner.
Oh, very well, said Olga regretfully. Perhaps some day everything will be safe, and then you can see him. Now, I must go. I will come back here tomorrow alone, if nurse will let me. If she won't, and you see anybody coming with me, you must hide. You understand?
Mustard made a low bow, and pointed to the large tree, as much as to say that his hiding-place was always ready. And bidding him good-bye, Olga ran up the hill much more merrily than she had done the day before. As she reached the highest terrace, she met Irene, coming to look for her.
"Where have you been, Olga?" cried the young lady. "Countess Sophie is looking for you." "I have been in my garden. Is anything the matter?"
"Why, yes. The hospodar has to return at once to Zorzhin."
"At once? You don't mean this afternoon? He was to stay here as long as Cousin Vladimir. Is he going too?"
"No, worse luck," explained Irene. "The Count is not going, but my Lord Jagalon is. A messenger arrived post-haste about an hour ago, and brought news of some disturbance at home, enemies trying to stir up a rising in Dorshin, I believe, and the hospodar is obliged to set off post-haste to quiet his own people." Irene stopped here, but the brown-eyed Xenia, who came up in time to hear her last words, was more communicative. "Yes, and most of us can make a pretty good guess as to how those disturbances arose. Count Vladimir's lordship of Gravinia is not so far away from Dorzhin. It's easy enough to send a few banditti over the border to stir up strife. If you want to bring the master home again, when he is in a place where he interferes with your wicked plots—" "Hush, Xenia! You know Countess Makrova said you were not to talk when you can't be certain that what you say is true. You only put ideas into the child's heads. Well, all you cautious people may lose that blessed baby with your prudence. That's all I can say. Anyhow, Olga must make haste, for Countess Sophie wants her to say good-bye to the Hotspur, and he will be off in half an hour. She will hardly have time to change her frock."
"Oh, never mind my frock. Where is the Hotspur?" exclaimed Olga in great excitement. "In the arcade," answered Xenia. "But you had better come to Countess Sophie first. She is going out to say good-bye to him directly. Count Raduel will take him the stirrup cup, and you and Eric are to be there." "No, I must see him at once," cried Olga, setting off to run to the house. Irene wished to detain her, but Xenia held her friend back. "Let the child go. When Count and Countess Makrovos come out to speed the Hotspur, Count Vladimir will be there also. Give Olga a chance of seeing him alone. She can do no harm, and may do some good." Olga, meantime, reached the arcade, which surrounded the large courtyard, and found the Hotspur, Jagalon, as Xenia had said, standing there with 2 or 3 squires, to whom he was giving final directions. One of the other nobles who had remained at the castle was with him. Vladimir and Raduel were still inside the house. "Oh, my lord!" cried the little girl as she ran up to him, nearly crying. "Don't go! Please don't go!" "What is the matter, Princess Olga?" asked the Hotspodar kindly, and with some anxiety. "Come in here and tell me all about it." He made a sign of excuse to his friend, and led the child into one of the rooms which opened onto the arcade. "Now, what is it, my dear? Why do you want me not to go?" Olga coloured deeply. She dared not say how much she distrusted her cousin, and murmured, "You were my father's friend, and I know little Eric is safe as long as you are here." "My dear child, your little brother is surrounded with trusty friends and vassals, and will be perfectly safe when I am gone." "Countess Sophie said," added Olga, more boldly, but still embarrassed, "that you had promised to stay as long as anyone else." "I meant, it is true," replied Jagalon, also somewhat perplexed, "to have left the castle on the same day as your cousin and my friend, the Lord of Warbat. A messenger, however, has just arrived with bad news, which obliges me to start at once. Your cousin Vladimir and my Lord of Warbat leave in 2 days, and Count and Countess Makrovos will easily entertain them for that short time. Oh, really, my little lady, you will have nothing to fear, and no cause to trouble yourself either about the guest who goes or the guests who stay behind." He did not know what caused the child's anxiety, and though he himself distrusted Vladimir, he did not imagine that the Count had any immediate intention of injuring Eric. He rather thought, as did some of the other nobles, that what he intended to do in the end was to deprive them, one by one, of their share in the guardianship of the little prince, and to make himself sole regent. This they were fully determined to prevent. Jagalon stroked the little girl's hair and tried to cheer her, but Olga became desperate. "No," she said, "it is not about entertaining them. It is that I know Count Vladimir hates Eric and wants to get rid of him, that he may be prince himself. Mamma told me to take care of Eric, and so I will. But I am too little to fight my cousin, so I don't want you to go while he is here." "But, my dear child," answered Jagalon, now really uneasy, "even if your ideas were true, which I do not think they are, Count Raduel is quite able to protect the little prince, and he and all his men-at-arms are devoted to him." Olga felt rather ashamed of appearing to mistrust so good and true a friend as Count Radul. At the same time, though she was too young either to understand her own fears or to explain them, she felt that once inside the castle, Count Vladimir was almost as powerful as her brother's proper guardian, and a great deal more cunning and unscrupulous. However, words failed her, and she remained silent, while the Hotspur went on. "Be sure, Princess Olga, if you need help, which I hope and believe you will not, you will only have to send for me, and I will come at once and defend you and your brother to the utmost of my power." The words of Jagiellon recalled to the child's mind those of Redcap. He too had promised to help if she should send for him, and he had told her how to send. How should she send for the Hotspur if she needed him? Mustard might be a messenger if he could find the way. He was so clever that perhaps he knew where Dozhin lay, but if he got there he would be unable to speak. These thoughts flashed quickly through her mind, and then she said, "Perhaps I could not write to you. I might not be able to get paper. Will you give me something, or tell me of something which I could send as a token?" The Hotspur smiled and drew a ring off his finger. "You are a very determined little lady, and very thoughtful for your age. Here is a ring which your father gave me. Keep it till we meet again, and meantime, if you want me, send it to me." "Thank you very much. Oh, here they come. Oh, please don't say I asked you," said Olga, greatly confused, and hiding the ring in her dress. She hastened to join Countess Sophie, who at that moment came out of the castle, accompanied by Nanya carrying Eric, and followed by Count Radul and Count Vladimir. All the usual ceremonies of farewell were carried out. Warm good wishes were exchanged between Count Vladimir, Count Radul, and the Hotspur of Dozhin. Jagiellon, before he went, once more kissed the hand of the baby Eric, and swore to be faithful to him, and to defend him against every foe. Then, turning to Olga, he added, "And you, Princess Olga, shall always find me a true knight, ready to come at your call." So saying, he leapt into his saddle, and having received the stirrup cup from the hands of Radul, he bowed low to all present, and clattered away, followed by his gallant train. "So, cousin Olga, you have enlisted a champion in your service," said Count Vladimir in a sneering tone, as he watched the Hospodar's departure with an air of grim satisfaction. "I like the Hospodar very much, cousin Vladimir," replied Olga timidly, "but I don't exactly know that he is my champion." "You don't want one, my dear, so long as I am here," was the answer. "Well, Prince Eric, and what have you to say to your kinsman?" The constant efforts of Count and Countess Makrovos, united to those of the nurse, had taught Eric that Vladimir was a person to be treated with respect, and he held out his hand with much dignity, though without the merry smile with which the little prince was accustomed to greet his favourites. "So we are becoming better acquainted, are we? You had better take him indoors, nurse. Evening is drawing on." "It is quite warm yet, my lord,"
returned Nanya, somewhat offended by what she regarded as an interference with her department. Countess Sophie, however, made her a hasty sign to retire, and she carried the prince into the castle, accompanied by Olga, who was beginning to feel tired after all the events and excitements of the afternoon. The countess soon followed their example, and Count Vladimir, Count Makrovos, and the Lord of Warbat were left standing in the courtyard. "I think, Count," said Warbat, "that you propose returning to Kravinia the day after tomorrow." "Probably, my lord," answered Vladimir. "I am only waiting to see that my little cousin is comfortably settled in all respects. Then I shall leave him in the hands of our good Radul here, and return to look after my own affairs." "Then we can ride together for the first 2 stages?" "Certainly, my lord. Shall we arrange to have our trains ready at daybreak?" "That will suit me exactly. I think of going for a stroll this fine evening. Will you accompany me?" "If your lordship will excuse me, I have some letters to write, as a messenger has just ridden in post from Gravinia." "Then I will not interrupt you. Count Makrovos, will you come with me?" Count Radul agreed readily, and he and the Lord of Warbat walked away together. Vladimir waited till they were out of sight, and then shouted impatiently, "Nicholas!" The squire appeared immediately from some dim recess of the arcade, and asked, "What is your lordship's pleasure?" "So far, so good. We have got rid of this old fool of a hospodar, with his ancestral friendship and all the rest of it. I suppose there is enough work awaiting him in Dorjin to occupy him for at least a fortnight." "Quite, my lord. Companies of raiders from Gravinia have entered his territory in 6 or 7 different places. Your lordship's dominions will benefit greatly by their departure, almost as much as you will benefit by the departure of the hospodar from Lorlonia. On all accounts, it is better that he should be at home and looking after his own subjects." "Good. Now, are our bands ready in the neighbourhood of the south-western guardhouse?" "There are 5 bands of 50 men each, my lord, 250 in all, hidden among the low hills and the woods just outside the gateway. You have only to persuade the Lord of Warbat and his men to ride on a little in advance of your own followers, make some excuse for their lingering behind, and see that the drawbridge is kept down and the portcullis raised in readiness for their departure. When they reach the gateway, they must engage the attention of the guard, and the first 50 will be on the bridge and secure the passage before the defenders realize what has happened. This once achieved, nothing can prevent the entrance of the other 4 bands. It would be as well to get Warbat and his men out of sight before any skirmish begins, as the longer we can prevent news from spreading in the neighbourhood, the more time will Sir Wertold have to play his part, and the firmer will be your lordship's hold on the castle and the lands of Lorlonia."
File 6.
Chapter 6. The plot succeeds. The portcullis was raised and the drawbridge lowered as the Lord of Warbat and his 10 followers rode out of the southwestern gateway of Lorlonia. Count Vladimir rode with them, accompanied by Nicholas and 2 men-at-arms.
As he crossed the drawbridge, he shouted to the warders, "Do not raise the bridge or drop the gate for a few minutes. The rest of my band are following. They were delayed by an accident to the baggage mules. But my Lord of Warbat and I wanted to push on, and the others will be here immediately." "Very good, my lord," replied the head warder, and as the last man-of-arms crossed the bridge, he added aside to his companions, "We shall be glad enough to see the last of that rascally crew. Let them make good speed back to Gravinia. Lorlonia wants none of them." "True enough," answered one of the men. "They are boasting braggarts, always ready to quarrel. And as for that Nicholas with his hang-dog face, if he does not mean mischief to our young prince, I'll roast my pike and eat it." "Better keep it cool to thrust through the squire's body, methinks," retorted another. And they continued their comments on Vladimir's band for some minutes, looking meanwhile alternately towards the castle to see if the laggards were coming, and towards the retreating forms of the advance guard, who were presently out of sight. "Come," said the head warder, "if those fellows don't make haste, I shall have this bridge up again. These are not days in which to risk anything." "Here they are," cried a soldier, and sure enough, the remainder of the troop came trotting along the path at the foot of the western gate. "Make haste!" shouted the head warder, and all the others turned to look at them, thus failing to observe that armed men were approaching slowly on either hand, keeping close to the outside of the wall. The foremost of the band from within just reached the gate when a dozen of the assailants from without sprang forward and took possession of the bridge. The head warder instantly gave orders to lower the portcullis, and at the same time wound his horn as a signal to the guards at the other towers. It was too late. Vladimir's men within the gateway had seized the warders who attempted to obey the orders given, and though these struggled gallantly and nearly succeeded in freeing themselves, the delay gave time for the attacking party to swarm across the bridge, and their numbers, which were increased every minute by fresh arrivals, soon overpowered the scanty guard, and enabled the first-comers to keep the entrance open, till the whole 250 traitors who had been concealed in the neighbourhood were inside the wall. The other garrisons, who had started on hearing the signal, which was passed from tower to tower, arrived separately, some half a dozen men at a time, and were easily overcome by their numerous and successful foes. 2 or 3 ran up to the castle and caused the great bell to be rung. Count Radul was soon on the spot, only to be made prisoner like the rest. One, more prudent than his fellows, perceived what was happening, and instead of running straight into the trap, set off at the top of his speed to warn the inhabitants of the nearest village, and thus to raise the country against the treachery which threatened their prince. Alas, his forethought was as vain as the rash courage of his fellows. He speedily encountered Vladimir, Nicholas, and their 2 attendants, who had contrived at the first halt to excuse themselves to their companions by saying that they must wait to see the rest of their train come up, and would then ride on and overtake the Lord of Warbat. Instead of doing so, they departed post-haste for Lorlonia, and soon met the solitary fugitive. He refused to tell his errand, but they recognized his livery, arrested him on suspicion, put him on a horse behind one of the men-at-arms, and rode still more rapidly back to the scene of action. Meantime, the women and children at the palace had been thrown into a state of terror. They had seen Vladimir depart with a feeling of great relief, and Olga had run with Irene and Xenia, to her old post of observation at the end of the highest terrace to watch the troop as they reached the bottom of the hill and turned into the broad road below.
"Don't they look pretty, Irene?" cried the little girl. "The spears shine so brightly, and the plumes dance up and down in the sunlight."
"They do indeed," replied the young lady. "See, there is the Lord of Warbat, and Count Vladimir rides at his right hand." "This is the prettiest and the pleasantest sight which I have seen for many a long day," added Xenia. "Good-bye, my lord, and peace be with you. You leave more peace behind you than we could ever enjoy while you were here."
"Do take care, Xenia," said the more cautious Irene. "You never know who may hear you."
"Count Vladimir cannot hear me, nor Nicholas either. They are much too far off, thank goodness."
"Yes, but all their people have not gone yet. Something went wrong with the baggage mules, and the men who escort them will pass in a few minutes." "Will they?" said Olga. "Then let us stay here a little longer. I like to see men and horses winding through the trees."
Her companions agreed, and while they waited, began to talk of their future plans. Irene was to return to her mother in a few weeks. Xenia, on the other hand, was an orphan, and her uncle, who was also her guardian, had agreed to leave her for the present to act as friend and governess to Olga, under the superintendence of Countess Sophie.
"I am so glad that you will stay, Xenia," said the little girl, after they had discussed the matter for a few minutes. "But we shall miss Irene, shall we not?"
"Yes, dear, and I shall be sorry to go, though very glad to see my mother again." The conversation went on in this manner till a fresh clatter of hoofs and the sound of voices announced the passing of the baggage train. "They have all passed now," said Xenia, "so we may as well go and gather flowers." The three girls were moving slowly along the terrace, when they were startled by the sudden sound of a horn, followed by a loud and confused noise of voices and the clashing of pikes together, with the occasional firing of a musket.
What's that? Oh, Irene, Xenia, what can it be?"
cried poor little Olga, whose fears returned twofold after the late relief of her cousin's departure. "Some enemy must have attacked the gatehouse. Let us run and warn Count Radul," replied Irene, and all three ran as fast as they could to the castle. Count Radul seized his sword and was on his way to the scene of action before the messengers from the other towers had time to reach the castle, but, as already said, he was quickly overpowered by numbers. Countess Sophia's first thought was for Eric, and she bade Nania prepare a few clothes for him and Olga, in case flight were necessary and possible. All the men from the guard-house adjoining the castle had followed Count Radul, so none remained to act as immediate protectors, except the seneschal, a few old men like himself, and the pages, who, though anxious to join in the fray, had been sternly ordered back by the master of the household. Olga thought of Mustard, and had some vague idea of running to look for him, but Countess Sophie bade her remain in the house, and she herself was unwilling to leave her brother until she knew what had really taken place. The frightened household were not long left in suspense. A warlike procession was soon seen winding up the northern approach. First appeared 200 of Vladimir's soldiers, 4 abreast, holding their pikes erect and marching with an air of triumph. Then rode a single horseman, proudly displaying the vulture banner of Gravinia. Behind him walked the men-at-arms from the various guard-houses, deprived of their weapons and with their hands tied behind their backs. Then came 4 of Vladimir's squires, and in their midst a prisoner, and without his sword, though not bound, Countess Sophie was horrified to see her husband. Last of all rode the triumphant Vladimir, with a few of his special attendants. He had left the remainder of his force to garrison the guard towers.
"Shut the gates!"
cried the seneschal, when the first soldiers came in sight. And the pages, who were waiting in the courtyard, hastened to obey his order, and swung to the heavy bronze gates, which generally stood open all day. The seneschal locked them, and with a low bow handed the keys to Countess Sophie, who, speechless with anxiety, was standing in the arcade, and saw all too clearly that all possibility of defence was over. By this time the soldiers had ranged themselves in a double rank round the broad gravelled terrace in front of the gates, and Vladimir, riding into the centre, ordered them to bring forward the prisoners. All told, these were about 60 men, besides Count Radule, and 2 or 3 squires who attended him.
"Count Radule," said Vladimir in a haughty tone, "what do you mean by resisting with an armed force the cousin of your young prince, his guardian and rightful heir?"
"Count Vladimir," replied Radule, "when my master's kinsman had asked for peaceable entrance into these walls, I have at no time failed to render him due honour. When I arrived today at the southwestern gateway, I found him with all these alien soldiers fighting and wounding the faithful servants of my prince. How could I do otherwise than oppose him?"
"Stand forth, Andrew,"
said Vladimir, addressing the leader of the first 50 men who had violently seized the bridge.
"Give an account of what passed at the gateway."
"So please your noble lordship," began Andrew, who had been carefully taught by Nicholas, "my men and I were waiting to greet our mates, who had been stopping here in the castle—" He hesitated, and Nicholas prompted him. "You came up to the bridge from outside, anxious to meet them as they came out, eh?"
Yes, we called out to them."
"You did nothing of the sort," broke in the head warder, unable to contain himself. "So please you, my lord, they jumped onto the bridge and seized our men."
"Silence, fellow!"
shouted Vladimir in a voice of thunder.
"If I rightly understand you, Andrew, you wanted to give a friendly and peaceable welcome to your companions, and these warders attacked you and tried to prevent your coming altogether."
"Yes, my lord Count, that is it."
"And you, Count Radule,"
continued the self-made judge, turning again to his prisoner,
"having arrived in the midst of this disturbance, instead of quietening your men and inquiring into the cause of their drawn swords and uncalled-for wrath, joined in the attack on my people. Had they not had other friends in the neighbourhood, who were quietly waiting to act as my escort on my way home, I know not how my poor fellows might have suffered. This is, however, a fortunate event. I have long suspected, and I now have full proof, that you are a traitor to the princely house of Lorlonia. You desire to prevent all my little cousin's kinsmen from visiting him and his castle, and to keep him a hostage in your own hands. Your wicked plots shall, however, be frustrated. Men of Lorlonia," he continued, raising his voice and speaking to the disarmed soldiers, "as one of the Council of Regency and next heir to the principality, I hereby dispose Count Radule from the guardianship of Prince Eric, and I will assume the charge of the children of Lorlonia and this castle until I can communicate with the rest of the council. I do this at great cost to myself, as I have urgent business in Gravinia, but my duty to my cousin demands this sacrifice. I now desire that you at once swear obedience to me as guardian and regent. If you do this, you shall be free. If not, you remain prisoners."
A low murmuring arose among the men who were thus addressed. They were all perfectly faithful to Eric, but some of the younger ones did not fully understand the dispute between his guardians. They were aware that Vladimir was the children's nearest relation, and had not the same reason for suspecting him as those who knew him better. Ivan the forester, however, who had taken his share in the fray, was equal to the occasion.
"I beg your lordship's pardon, my lord count," said he, "but your lordship has forgotten that you are not the next heir to Prince Eric. Ladies have governed Lorlonia ere now. I trust our little prince will live, reign, marry, and have children. If not, Princess Olga will be Princess of Lorlonia."
Vladimir frowned darkly, and would have made an angry reply, had not Nicholas bent from his saddle and whispered to him. Restraining himself with difficulty, he answered,
"This is beside the question. For the time being, neither Prince Eric nor Prince Olga is old enough to govern. I am guardian and regent. Will you or will you not swear obedience to me? Go round, Nicholas, and ask them one by one. Set those who promise free. The others shall be presently marched off to prison. We have no time to dally with scruples."
About half the men questioned swore and were set at liberty, though their arms were not restored to them. Ivan, the head warders of all the towers, and their principal followers refused, and remained bound.
"Now, for you, Count Radul. If I have your oath, you shall be a prisoner here on parole. If not, there are dungeons in Gravinia, and one is ready for your occupation."
"My oath will never be given to any but my lawful prince," was the quiet reply.
"I knew your obstinacy, and did not much expect it," was the contemptuous answer. "As I remarked before, I have no time to waste, and I have not the slightest inclination to argue. Your lordship will start on your journey at daybreak tomorrow. One little point, however, remains to be settled. It concerns my friend Countess Makrovos. I observe that excellent lady is holding the keys of the gates in her hand, and is watching our proceedings with evident interest. Now she probably awaits your orders to her course of action. If she will have those gates opened quietly, and will behave with her usual discretion and amiability, I shall have no objection to her remaining for the present in charge of my little cousins. I have no lady ready to undertake the care of the children, and am not prepared to act as head nurse myself. If she should unhappily feel disposed to refuse my very simple request, I shall be under the painful necessity of having the gate broken open, and of depriving the nursery of its worthy superintendent. There is no difficulty whatever in the matter, but it will spoil some good bronze work, and perhaps frighten the children. Will your lordship oblige me by a speedy decision? It is near dinner-time, and we're all hungry."
Count Radule hesitated. The surrender was most painful, yet he knew that resistance would be absolutely useless, and, as far as he could see, the only hope for the poor children lay in their retaining the services of his wife. Without directly answering the heartless speech of his captor, he therefore turned to the Countess and said, "It is hopeless to resist, Sophie. Let the gates be opened, and do you remain, and be faithful to your prince and his sister." Olga and the women, who had awaited the end of the discussion in silent agony, now began to sob. The Countess did not shed a tear. She held out the keys to the seneschal and said, "Open the gates." "No, madam," replied the old man. "At least spare me this. Do not force me to end my faithful service by opening the gates of Lorlonia to the enemy of my master's house." Countess Sophie made no reply. She came forward to the gates and called, "Nicholas." The squire sprang from his horse and advanced towards her. She passed the keys to him through the bronze bars and said, "You need not fear to be a traitor." Nicholas bowed, turned the lock from the outside, threw the gates open, and welcomed his master as the lord of the castle of Lorlonia.
File 7.
Chapter 7. Prisoners. The next morning dawned with little hope for the captives. Count Radule had been allowed to take a short farewell of his wife on the evening before, and was led away before sunrise. Soon afterwards, Vladimir sent for Nicholas, and had a long conversation with him on past events and future plans. Sir Witold, who had married Vladimir's sister, and was no better than himself, was the only chief holding lands in the principality on whom he could fully depend. He had promised a rich reward if he could successfully help to make his brother-in-law prince, and was now employed in trying to win nobles and knights over to his side by lies and promises. At present, of course, Witold only suggested that Vladimir should be made guardian instead of Radule, whom he declared to be a traitor. If once Vladimir had the children thoroughly in his power, he fancied the rest would be easy. As for the king, he was away, fighting against another sovereign with whom he was at war, and since Princess Anna was dead, it was unlikely that anyone would call upon him to interfere, at all events for some time to come.
"The chief thing, my lord," said Nicholas, when all these matters had been talked over, "is to prevent the news of yesterday's events from spreading too quickly. If none of the other nobles interfere for a few weeks, we shall be able to get your own men into all the garrisons and principal posts in the country. Once settled here, here you stay. It will not be over easy to attack you, and impossible to turn you out. The men who refused to swear fealty to you are safe under lock and key. Even those who swore and were freed are forbidden to go without the wall for the present. They are all at work under supervision. It only remains to deal with the women and children.
I am not sure whether it was wise to keep Countess Sophie. Why, yes, if any of the Council of Regency hear that she is at the castle looking after the children, they will take it for granted that the brats are properly treated. I need not keep her longer than I choose. My sister can take her place by and by. How about the ladies Irene and Xenia? Keep them too for the present. If they suffered any ill treatment, we should have their kinsmen down upon us, and if we send them away, they will spread the news too rapidly. It is well, my lord. And the reward which your lordship promised me? What reward? Knighthood and the lands of Tortosima. Knighthood you shall have in all due form. As for the lands of Tortosima, I am not sure whether they are at my disposal. Why, my lord Count, the lord of Tortosima died a month ago. It is a fief of Lorlonia. Prince Eric bears the title of Hospodar, and the lands and their revenues are always held by a chosen vassal of the reigning prince. The fief has not yet been given away, as I know well, and as regent, your lordship cannot question that it will be at your disposal. Good. We shall see shortly. Do not doubt, Nicholas, that your own interests are as dear to me as mine. For the present, leave me. I have affairs which demand attention. Nicholas walked away in a discontented manner, and Vladimir, after a few minutes, went out into the western garden and began to pace up and down the uppermost terrace, with his hands behind his back, in deep thought. Presently, raising his head, he caught sight of Olga, who had just come out of the castle and was crossing the far end of the path. "Come here, child. Where are you going?" he added as she drew near. "I'm going to my garden, Cousin Vladimir." "Where is your garden?" "Down in the wood, yonder," she answered timidly, pointing in that direction. "Why are you alone? Where is your nurse, or Lady Xenia, or one of them? What is the good of my keeping all these women if they neglect their duty in this way?" "Don't be angry, Cousin Vladimir. Oh, please don't," said the child, her eyes filling with tears. "They never neglect me, and any of them would come with me at any time. Only I like best to go alone to my garden. Nurse is with Eric just now, but Xenia and Irina are sitting under the arcade. I will fetch one of them to go with me if you like." "Go and fetch Countess Sophie, and come back with her directly," replied her cousin, so sternly that Olga went off in terror without another word. Countess Sophie hastened to the terrace, holding the little girl by the hand, and without giving her time to speak, the Count addressed her. "Countess Sophie, when I kindly consented that you should remain here, despite your husband's treachery, it was under the understanding that you should look after my wards, the children of my late cousin, the Prince of Lorlonia. You appear to neglect this duty shamefully. I find this child, Princess Olga, wandering about alone, without any attendance whatsoever. I believe you have 2 idle young ladies in the house, who waited on the late Princess Anna. What are they doing? Where are the nurses? I dare say they have left the baby to look after himself, with the design that I should be blamed if anything should happen to the prince." "I may at once reassure your lordship on that point," replied the Countess,
who, though she had flushed scarlet at the insult to her husband, resolved to restrain herself for the sake of the children. "I have just left Prince Eric, with 2 nurses attending him. I regret you should be displeased at finding Princess Olga alone in the garden. She is accustomed to amuse herself in this way. But since you have assumed the temporary guardianship of the children of Lorlonia, your instructions respecting them shall be carried out whenever and wherever possible. I understand that you desire that Princess Olga shall always have a companion in her walks and games. It shall be so in future." "Understand me, madam," returned the Count, more angrily than before. "Whether my guardianship is temporary or not is no concern of yours. My instructions have no limitations, and it will not rest with you to judge when and where they are possible. Not only is the Princess Olga to have a constant companion in her walks and games, but neither she nor Prince Eric is to go beyond the 3 upper terraces and the 2 walled gardens on any pretext whatsoever." Olga heard him with dismay. The 3 upper terraces were in full sight of the windows of the castle, and the 2 gardens, which were commonly called walled, were small enclosures adjoining the laundry ground, planted with vegetables and fruit trees for the use of the household, and surrounded with very high walls. Neither on the terraces nor in these gardens would it be possible for her to escape from observation, even for a few minutes. So she would have no chance of meeting Mustard, even if she could coax Xenia to leave her for a short time, or find some pretext to rid herself of any other companion who might be ordered to attend her. Countess Sophie paused before answering, and then said, "You are master, of course, my lord. Yet I would beg you to reconsider your orders, at least as far as Olga is concerned. Prince Eric may perhaps take the air sufficiently within the limits you have laid down, but an active child like his sister, who is accustomed to play and run about and ride her pony in the surrounding woods and meadows, is sure to suffer in health from such confinement. In her case, therefore, I would venture to ask for some extension of the boundaries."
"I am master, and do not discuss the matter. You may go."
Vladimir waved his hand with an air of authority, and Countess Sophie and Olga sorrowfully retreated. The ladies and nurses were, needless to say, highly indignant in hearing of the Count's tyrannical orders. Poor Countess Sophie, who was grieved bitterly over her husband's fate, was weighed down with anxiety at this fresh proof of Vladimir's intention to keep the children state prisoners. Xenia, being prevented by the prudence of her companions from giving full vent to her wrath, went off to find the seneschal, who was very fond of her, and hated his new master at least as much as she did. She found him sitting in a melancholy attitude, in a small room opening on the arcade, which was generally considered as his own.
"Ah, well," he said, when he had heard the story, "may my day come soon, or may I see my young prince go before me. This is the beginning of the end. I am an old man, and would gladly give my life for his. Only it is not my life which the vulture desires. He would destroy the young eagle."
"What do you mean, Marco?" cried Olga, her cheeks white and her eyes expanded with fear. She had come to look for Xenia, and, unseen by either her or the seneschal, had overheard his last words. "Nothing, dear, nothing," exclaimed Xenia, trying to soothe her. But Marco was too much in earnest to allow his warnings to be disregarded. "No, Princess Olga," he continued, "I would not terrify you needlessly. But the time for smooth sayings is past. Count Vladimir will not be satisfied till he is prince, and he cannot be prince while the rightful heir lives. Lorlonia will not have him. The people love your father's house too well. Though he may try to reign without bloodshed, the day will come, and come soon, when he will have gone too far to retreat, and will sweep all who stand in his way from his path, if he has them in his power. I am an old man, and the aged see true. Take my word for it. Do you and your brother escape if you can." "Come away, Olga," said Xenia, who was beginning to be alarmed, lest Vladimir or one of his henchmen should find them talking with a servant whom he knew to be unfriendly, though he had not as yet wished further to rouse the wrath of the household by putting him under arrest. The child lifted Marco's hand and said, "Thank you, Marco." Then, as she walked away with Xenia, she said, "Oh, Xenia, I suppose it is wicked, but I do wish Cousin Vladimir were dead." "Perhaps it is wicked, my dear. I am sure it is not surprising," replied the young lady. "However, I advise you not to express such wishes out loud. And don't be too much frightened by what old Marco says. Old men get very nervous, you know." The next day went slowly by. Vladimir's orders were strictly carried out, and very dull did Olga find it to pace slowly up and down the terraces and walled gardens. Though she was fond of her companions, it seemed impossible to play with them when she felt all the time as if she were watched by the eyes of her jailers. Moreover, Marco's words haunted her. She remembered how she had promised her mother to take care of Eric. She thought that she ought to send either the red cap or the hospedar's ring to summon help, yet knew not how to do so. All these ideas wearied her poor little brain and kept her wakeful. When, on the third night after taking the castle, she went to bed in her little room next to that in which slept Eric and Nania, presently she thought she heard something strike the window. She listened. The sound was repeated. She jumped out of bed, ran to the window, opened the shutters, and to her joy saw Mustard standing in the garden below. At that very moment she heard a sentry approaching. Mustard, however, who heard it even more quickly than she did, sprang into a tree and hid till the danger was past. When all was silent, he returned, and after bowing to her, touched his head with his hand, as if putting on a cap, and then made a movement as if throwing something, and then again looked up at her with an air of anxious expectation. Olga quickly understood what he meant. She fetched the cap, opened the window, and threw it out to him. Then, leaning forward, she said in a low, clear voice, "Good Mustard, my cousin forbids me to walk beyond the 3 top terraces and the 2 walled gardens, so I could not come to see you before. I will look out of this window every night when Nanya is asleep. Perhaps you may bring me some help." Mustard nodded quickly 2 or 3 times, and then bounded away, while Olga made haste to shut both window and shutters before the sentry should return on his rounds. A week dragged wearily past, and then a fresh trouble overtook the poor captives. Countess Sophie Makrovos, becoming more and more alarmed as to the designs of Vladimir, consulted with Irene and Xenia without saying anything of her fears to Olga. Irene said that if the Countess would write a letter, she would sure that her father, on hearing of the condition of things in the castle, would inform some of the Council of Regency and attempt to secure their freedom. Irene herself had written, but posts in those days were few and uncertain, and she had found no opportunity of forwarding her letter. "I should have no better chance of sending a letter than you," said the Countess mournfully. "Don't be so downhearted," put in Xenia. "Do you write the letter, Countess Sophie. Your words will carry most weight, and I will find means to send it." The letter was written accordingly, and Xenia entrusted it to George, the page, a great friend of hers, who declared that he knew a way of getting over the outer wall unseen by the watch, and would deliver it to a messenger outside, who would take it to its destination. The plan almost succeeded. Almost, but not quite. George got over the wall and met his friend, the messenger. Unfortunately, just as he was leaving him, having entrusted him with the letter, one of Vladimir's squires, who had been out shooting squirrels, came up unexpectedly, asked George what he was doing there, searched the messenger, an unarmed country boy who did not dare to resist, and found the letter. He dragged both boys to the nearest gatehouse, which was not far off, had the country boy soundly thrashed and dismissed, took George up to the castle for further punishment, and handed the letter to Vladimir. The Count was furious, instantly placed all 3 ladies in close confinement, and separated them entirely from the children, who, he said, should now be accompanied on their walks not only by the nurses, but by armed sentries, with orders never to let them out of sight. As for George, he had a thrashing, followed by a month's imprisonment, and no further chance of speaking to Xenia.
File 8.
Chapter 8. The Flight. Olga and Eric were sorrowfully returning from their evening walk, after being deprived of their best friends, when yet another misfortune befell them. Nanya was about to take them upstairs, followed by the under-nurse, Catherine, when Vladimir met and stopped them. "I have decided," he said abruptly, "that no one who has been under the influence of Count and Countess Makrovos, those enemies of the House of Lorlonia, shall remain to poison the minds of these children. You nurses, therefore, will at once resign your charge. You will be paid and provided for. I shall send you both to Gravinia. Now, you may say good-bye to Princess Olga and Prince Eric in my presence. You will never see either of them again." It is needless to dwell on the grief and tears of nurses and children.
Vladimir would listen to no entreaties. He said that all the clothes and possessions of the nurses had been already packed and brought downstairs, and bade Olga carry up Eric. He, poor child, began to understand that his friends were being taken from him one by one, and clung to Nanya as if nothing would induce him to leave her. And Olga absolutely refused to try and take him from her. The Count then seized the little boy himself, despite all his struggles, and roughly carried him upstairs. Olga gave Nanya one parting hug and rushed after her little brother, who was handed over by Vladimir to his new nurse, a rather stupid-looking woman, who had been servant to Sir Witold's wife. The Count went away, after repeating his orders that the children were never to be left alone, and particularly desiring that the nurse should keep the door between her room and Olga's open at night. The nurse, who did not seem unkind, tried to cheer them. Finding, however, that her attempts were vain, she soon gave them up, and devoted her attention to making herself comfortable, and telling the new under-nurse what she expected of her. That night, Olga, who was more miserable than ever, was specially careful to ascertain that the new nurse was not awake before she ventured to her window. She was relieved to find that both the nurse and poor little Eric were worn out with crying and were sleeping soundly. She had prudently told the new maid that she did not like her shutters closed, so she had only to draw aside her curtains. And what was her joy when she saw both Mustard and Redcap standing beneath her window. Quickly and quietly shutting the door between the rooms, she threw open the window, and leaning out said, "Oh, I am glad to see you. Is the sentry out of the way?" "Yes, we have found means to keep him quiet for a bit," replied Redcap. "Listen, do you want to get away from here?" "Indeed I do, and to take Eric. That cruel Count Vladimir has taken everyone from us. First Countess Sophie, and Irene, and Xenia, and now Nanya and Catherine. I know he wants to kill Eric. Marcus said so, and I am sure he is right." "Quite so," returned the boy. "Well, we have no time to lose. Where does Eric sleep?" "In the room joining this, with the new nurse." "There is no one else in his room or yours?" "No. 2 maids sleep in a room opposite, but there is a passage between, and they cannot hear anything when the doors are shut." "All right, then. It's fairly easy. Look here, Mustard will bring you up this box of powder. We have quieted the sentry with it tonight, and will do so again tomorrow. You have only to scatter a little of it close to a person's mouth and nose so that he may smell it, and it puts him off to sleep for half an hour at least." Mustard got on a tree under which the sentry always stands for a bit, and threw some into his collar. You must scatter some on the nurse's pillow, and Eric's too, so that he may not cry." "Won't it hurt him?" "Not a bit. You can try it on a dog or bird if you like, to make sure. Now, Mustard, up with you." By the posts of a narrow veranda, which was just under Olga's window, and by a few projecting stone ornaments above, the active monkey easily reached the window-sill, and gave the box to the little girl. While he was climbing,
Redcap hastily explained that she must scatter the powder on the pillows exactly when the castle clock struck 11, and that he and Mustard would be under her window with the means of escape a few minutes later. Olga nodded assent, for the risk of continuing the conversation was great. Mustard and Redcap quickly disappeared, and she softly shut the window, drew the curtains, and opened the door between the rooms. Then, quite tired out, yet with new hope in her heart, the poor little girl crept back to bed and was soon fast asleep. Next morning, Olga contrived to try the effect of the powder on a cat which lived in the nursery and happened to be lying on the hearthrug. She sat down near it with her doll in her arms, and while pretending to feed the doll, scattered some of the contents of the box near the cat's whiskers. Puss was sound asleep in 2 minutes, and about 3/4 of an hour afterwards woke up as lively as possible. So Olga was perfectly satisfied, and awaited the evening with much hidden excitement and tolerable assurance of success. When Vladimir came in the course of the day to see the nurse, she told him that the children had behaved very well, and that Prince Eric naturally fretted a little, but that Princess Olga did her best to keep her brother in good spirits. This was more than the Count expected, and fortunately soothed his temper and put him off his guard. As soon as she had assured herself that the nurse was asleep, Olga dressed herself, all but her shoes, and then lay awake, trembling with expectation, till the castle clock slowly sounded the appointed hour. At the last stroke, she jumped out of bed and hurried into the next room, where she scattered the powder as directed. Then she returned to the window, put on her shoes while waiting, and directly she had done so, saw her friends, and quickly opened the window. The moon was in its first quarter, so there was light enough, yet not too much. Redcap made her a sign, and said in a low, clear voice, "Fetch Eric." She ran into the child's room, and lifted him out of his little bed, overjoyed to find that neither he nor the nurse moved. She wrapped him in a warm cloak, which she had ready, and took him back into her own room, where she found that Mustard was waiting for her, crouched on the window-sill, and holding a rope ladder in readiness. "Come down the ladder at once," said Redcap. "Lay the baby on a chair near Mustard. He will not stir, and directly you are down, Mustard will bring him." Olga was rather unwilling to leave the child for a moment. However, she knew that she could not safely carry him down the ladder, and that the best thing was to obey orders without dispute. So she descended as rapidly as she could. The moment her foot touched the ground, Mustard let the ladder go. Redcap picked it up and rolled it into a bundle. By the time he had done this, Mustard was at Olga's side, and placed her little brother in her arms, which she had joyfully held out to receive him. "Now, come, don't say a word, and follow me closely," said Redcap, taking her hand. And he led the way rapidly by the terraces and well-remembered woodland path till they reached the garden, where they had first met. "We must get out, if possible, before Eric wakes," whispered the boy, picking his way among the trees by the side of the stream. "If he's like most babies,
He's bound to howl when he opens his eyes."
"He very seldom howls, as you call it," asserted Olga. "But, of course, it will be very funny to wake out of doors and in the dark."
"Hush! Don't speak so loud," continued Redcap.
And they went on for a few minutes in silence.
"Ah," he exclaimed presently, in a subdued tone, "here we are. Now we're for it."
They had reached the low arch in the wall under which the stream ran out of the enclosed ground. And bending down, Olga could just see that a boat was waiting for them outside.
"Now," said the boy, "you must let me hold that child while Mustard lifts you through, and then he will give him back to you in the boat."
Mustard, who resembled a chimpanzee more than any other sort of monkey, was as tall as a small man, and when he stood in the stream, his head was just above the level of the water. His long and strong arms easily carried Olga through the arch, and to her surprise she found herself received and lifted into the boat by another monkey, who was waiting outside. Eric was promptly handed out to her, and Redcap was conveyed to the boat in the same manner. Then Mustard and the monkey who had been standing in the stream got in, and they were swiftly rowed off by 4 other monkeys who formed the boat's crew. Mustard and his companion presently also took oars, and with 6 strong rowers they were soon out of sight of the castle wall.
"There," said Redcap, with an air of immense relief. "Now I think we're all right. Anyhow, for the present, and Eric may wake if he likes. I had a little more powder ready, but my mother told me I had better not give him more than 1 dose if I could help it. Oh, here's a bottle of milk, though, and some cakes for both of you."
"You are a good, kind boy," cried Olga. "Oh, look! Eric is waking up. Isn't he a darling?"
Eric indeed opened his eyes at that minute, and seemed inclined to cry. Mustard, however, who evidently thought that he was deputy nurse, stopped rowing, uncorked the bottle with the greatest promptitude, and handed it and a cup to Redcap, who poured out some milk and gave it to Olga, that she might feed her brother without delay. He was then provided with a cake, and having eaten it, went to sleep again, after a good stare at the monkeys, with whom he fortunately seemed rather pleased than otherwise.
"Now," said Olga, "please tell me, if it is not a secret, where are we going? Shall we see your mother? And are all your monkeys as nice and clever as my dear Mustard?"
"Yes," replied Redcap, "we are going to my mother. She and my father live on an island in the great sea, into which this stream, which soon widens into a river, runs. By sunrise, if nothing happens to delay us, we shall reach its mouth, and a ship is waiting for us just outside. My father and mother are ready to welcome you, and some day I expect they will tell you all about our island and our monkeys. Now, you had better lie down at the bottom of the boat and go to sleep like Eric. You are quite safe, and we shall not be at the river's mouth for 6 or 7 hours."
Olga took his advice. She was soon asleep, and when she opened her eyes again, little waves were dashing on a deserted beach, and the spray tossed up as they broke upon the rocks, glittering in the beams of the rising sun. Their boat pitched to and fro rather uncomfortably,
as it rode over the bar of sand where the river ran into the sea. But the waters beyond were smooth enough, and before Eric had time to be frightened, they were alongside of a good-sized ship, and were quickly helped up the ladder, which was lowered as they approached. As they stepped on deck, a flag was run up to the top of the mainmast, bearing as its emblem a red rose on a white ground. And immediately all the sails were set, and the ship stood out to sea. Olga had become so accustomed to the skill of her monkey acquaintance that she was less astonished than might have been expected to find that the whole crew of the ship consisted of monkeys. The officers even wore a kind of uniform, scarlet shirts, leather belts, and caps. The common sailors had not troubled themselves with clothes. The morning was delightful, and the first part of the voyage, when the ship sailed amongst numerous little islands, which cast purple shadows onto the deep blue sea, enchanted Olga. The monkeys had prepared an excellent breakfast, and after it was over, she sat on a chair on deck, with Eric in her arms, and the little boy, delighted with the bright sunshine, the fresh air, and the frolics of the monkey sailors, clapped his hands, and tried to answer his sister's merry words in his broken baby language. He soon made friends with Redcap, who seated himself at Olga's feet, and told her that they might expect to reach the island where his parents lived on the following evening. "My mother will tell you all our history, and explain whatever puzzles you, better than I can do, so I shall leave it to her," he added. "Perhaps, however, I had better warn you that she, my father, and myself are the only human creatures on the island. All our subjects are monkeys." "I don't mind, if they are all as good-natured as Mustard, and the monkeys on the ship," answered Olga. "They amuse Eric very much." "He's a little monkey himself," laughed Redcap. "I'm sure he wants to climb up that mast." "He is not such a monkey as you," retorted Olga, whose spirits were rapidly rising with a sense of safety and freedom. "He never tried to pull down my rockery." "And he never built you a bridge instead." "You didn't finish it." "That wasn't my fault. By the way, what has happened to old Thrasham?" "Poor Ivan," sighed the child, becoming grave again. "Count Vladimir put him in prison because he would not swear to obey him. I think he is more angry with him than with almost anyone, for he would not agree that Vladimir was next heir after Eric. He said I was." "Of course you are. Who cares what Vladimir says? Never you mind. We will have out Thrasham, and all the ladies and nurses, and everyone who has treated you properly, and we will lock old Vladimir up in the very deepest dungeon in all Lorlonia. Now, tell me all about it. I only know little bits of your story here and there. We have nothing to do till dinner-time, and if Eric gets tired of sitting still, Mustard shall walk about with him and continue his monkey education." Olga told him about her past life, her parents, her friends, and all that she knew of the plots of Vladimir and Nicholas, and of their success up to the present time. Of course, there was much that she did not know, and she had never heard of the Rose City, nor of Vladimir's visit to the dwarves and their master on Midsummer Eve. In conclusion, she showed him the hospodar's ring,
which she wore on a ribbon tied round her neck and hidden inside her frock.
"If I could send him that," she said, "I think he would do something to help us. He is a good, brave man, and he would not let Cousin Vladimir take everything away from Eric without fighting him in some way."
"Why, how funny!" exclaimed Redcap, as he examined the ring which Olga held out to him. "Do you see, Olga? The seal part of this ring is exactly the same as our flag. It has a red rose made out of a ruby or some shining stone like that, let into a white ground. I wonder what it means."
"I don't know anything about it, except that my father gave it to Jagalon, the hospodar of Dorjin. I think I remember seeing it on my father's finger a long time ago, but I'm not sure."
"I think I have heard something about a ring that was to bring good luck to our island, but I'm not sure either. However, my father will know, so we must wait till we get home."
"There is one thing you might tell me now," said Olga. "What is your name? You cannot be really called Redcap."
"Why not? I wear a red cap."
"Yes, but you were not born with a red cap, and anyhow, people are not called after their clothes."
The boy tried to make her guess, and as she failed after 6 or 7 trials, he finally told her that his name was Raymond, and that his father was Duke Ludovic, and his mother the Duchess Almeda. Dinner was now ready, and after dinner Eric went to sleep. With fair weather, games and talks, the time sped pleasantly on, till towards the evening of the second day the monkey on watch vigorously waved his long arm, and Raymond cried eagerly,
"Come, Olga, we're nearly there. Do you see that blue hilltop rising above the horizon? That is our home. That is Monkey Island."
File 9.
Chapter 9. Monkey Island. The soft, rounded hills of Monkey Island, clothed nearly to their summits with dark green trees, stood out clear against the setting sun as the ship cast anchor in the sheltered harbour. Around the harbour, and at the foot of these pleasant hills, was built the capital city of the island. It was a small one, and consisted chiefly of huts, for few of the monkeys cared to live in houses, preferring, in that land of perpetual summer, to sleep in trees or caves, and to spend the day in the woods and fields. Duke Ludovic, however, had a large white house, over which floated a banner bearing the same design as the ship's ensign, and some of his councillors, who were chosen from the older and staider apes, thought that it befitted their dignity to possess huts, even if they did not care to spend much time within 4 walls, and generally slept on the roofs rather than under them. There were also a few warehouses, wherein was stowed food and other articles not required for immediate use, and a hall of council, which was the pride of all the inhabitants of the island, being built, so said tradition, after the pattern of a great palace in the unknown city from which their forefathers had come in forgotten days. No sooner had Raymond's ship entered the harbour than a large boat, gaily painted, and provided with an awning of scarlet silk, put off from a small stone pier which ran out into the water opposite the ducal palace.
"There are my father and mother," cried Raymond, and he hurried to the side of the ship to welcome them. Duke Ludovic, a tall, handsome man, soon stepped on board, warmly greeted Olga, and taking Eric in his arms said, "Welcome, my little prince, to Monkey Island. It is not the first time that this land has given shelter to exiles. May you not have to wait so long for your rights as those who came before you." The little boy looked solemnly at his new friend. Apparently he had been introduced to so many strange people and strange places of late that novelty ceased to alarm him, and he allowed the Duke to carry him down the steps into the boat and hand him over to the Duchess without raising the least objection. Duchess Almeda, a plump, good-looking lady, with blue eyes and light brown hair, received him and Olga with the greatest kindness, calling them "poor dear children," asked if they had liked the cakes, and regretted that she had not sent clothes for Eric, who was still in his nightgown and cloak. "However," she said, "we will soon put that right. I have some old things of Raymond's at the palace, which he can wear till we get new ones made." The landing place was thronged with monkeys, fathers, mothers, and dear little baby apes, with whom Olga was quite enraptured. She longed to stop and play with them, but was obliged to defer that pleasure, as porters, carrying chairs with hoods to keep off the sun, were awaiting them, and trotted off with them to the palace. Here she found the Duchess's ladies, monkeys distinguished by white caps and petticoats, who looked so like nurses that the children felt quite at home with them. And Eric was fed and stowed away in a nice little white bed, quite as if he had been in his own castle. "Now," said Almeda, when she had satisfied herself that he was comfortably asleep, and that Olga and Raymond had had a good supper, "now, my dear, if you are not too tired, come and tell the Duke all your adventures. Raymond has told us something of your history, but we want to know a great deal more." "I think I told Raymond everything yesterday, Your Grace," replied the little girl, rather shyly. "Yes, but you must tell Papa and Mamma, Olga. I cannot repeat it all properly, though I will listen and remind you if you had forgotten anything." So Olga told the story all over again, adding how very kind Raymond and Mustard had been, and describing fully all that they had done for her and Eric. She ended by saying, "I cannot think why Raymond should have taken so much trouble to help and save us, only because I found him in the garden. If Eric grows up and gets his country back, we will do everything we can to show how grateful we are." "You may do something for us yet, my dear," answered Ludovic, smiling. "Now, show me the hospodar's ring. Raymond told me there was something curious about it. I did not quite understand what he meant." Olga drew out the ring, and Duke Ludovic started in amazement when he saw it. "Surely, Almeda," he cried, "this must be the lost ring of the prophecy. The golden-haired child, and the ring of the rose. What were the words?" Almeda half said, half sung, to an old, old tune.
Never again shall chief and knight in feast or fray meet friends or foes, till the golden-haired child with baby bright shall bring to the island the ring of the rose.
Yes, cried Raymond excitedly, and it goes on. Then shall shatter the master's sleep, then the fountain its strength disclose. The knight shall triumph, the dwarfs shall weep, in the crimson city, the hall of the rose. I knew there was some story about a ring that was to bring us good fortune, but I'd forgotten exactly what it was.
You do not know exactly now, do you? Said his father, amused at his impatience. Here is Olga looking quite perplexed, as she may well be. You have told us your story, my dear, he added, turning to the little girl, and now I must tell you ours. It is quite as melancholy in the past, and the future ending seems even more uncertain. Perhaps I should not have told you so much as I am about to do, had it not become plain that we must help each other. And, young as you are, you have had to understand and to do so much for yourself and your little brother that you will not be alarmed by the idea of what lies before you. Well, you must know that some 300 years ago the ancestors of my subjects on this island were not monkeys, but brave knights and beautiful ladies with their squires, servants, and attendants. They lived in a splendid city in a distant land. I have never been there, nor do I know exactly where it is. The legends concerning it are confused and uncertain, and we do not even know precisely how my forefathers lost it. They were rulers in their own country, and they quarrelled with a powerful enchanter, who turned the whole population of the city into monkeys and drove them away. He could not transform the Duke and Duchess and their children in the same manner, but he was able to cast a spell upon them, which obliged them and the direct line of rulers to live in exile among their former subjects and their monkey descendants, and which has prevented them from finding out the whereabouts of their former dukedom, or taking any steps to recover it up to the present time. Each duke, in turn, has to choose a wife among human beings. When he has done so, the lady who has consented to marry him must live with him on the island, and they can only visit foreign countries to seek a bride for their eldest son, or to take their other children to live with their mother's relations. When you first met Raymond, we had just left our 2 younger children with their uncle to be educated, and were on our way home. Our little boy and girl may never return to live here, so you can understand that the fate cast on our house by the enchanter's spell is a sad one, and that we long to break it. Perhaps you have brought us the means of so doing. Now, however, it is late. You must go to bed. Tomorrow we will assemble the council. They shall see your ring, hear your story, and consider whether the old traditions point out what is best to be done. Very solemn was the meeting of the monkey council in their great hall. Olga was surprised to see such a fine building, with its high dome and handsome colonnade running round the paved space in the centre. 30 monkeys in purple tunics squatted on this pavement, and all rose and saluted as the Duke and Duchess, with the 3 children, and the ducal guards carrying pikes, entered the hall and took their places under the colonnade. Olga had already discovered that the monkeys spoke a language of their own, partly consisting of certain sounds and partly of gestures, and an animated discussion was soon in progress. The speakers all looked at her and Eric, and Raymond whispered to her that his father had explained to the council who they were and whence they had come, and that the councillors, though pleased to see them, seemed uncertain as to how long the laws of the island would allow them to stay.
"You won't send us away, will you?" whispered the little girl in return.
No, no, it's all right. Hush, my father is speaking again.
Duke Ludovic had indeed risen to his feet, and all were silent, while he made another short speech, ending by pointing to Olga. Raymond said hastily in a low voice,
"He has told them about the ring. Pull it out, please."
Olga did so, and the boy added,
"Would you mind taking off the ribbon and letting them see the stone?"
Olga slipped the ribbon over her head, and Raymond, with his father's consent, carried the ring round to each member of the council in turn. All appeared astonished, and 1 or 2 showed a desire to take the ring into their own hands for closer examination. This Raymond would not allow, till he reached an old monkey, who appeared to be the president. He handed the treasure to him with a low bow, and stood back while he inspected it. The patriarch gave a deep "ah," which seemed to express even more satisfaction than surprise, and addressed a few words to the Duke, who, turning to Olga, said, "It is as I thought. Handeman, the president of our council, is descended from the keeper of the ducal treasures, who was transformed into an ape, like the other officers of the household, at the time of our exile. He brought with him certain precious relics, amongst them a pink marble casket, said to contain instructions as to how we may recover all that we lost. No one has hitherto been able to break it open. Handeman now tells me that the tradition handed down from father to son in his family is that a golden-haired child with a baby boy should some day come to the island and bring with her a ring bearing the emblem of our house, and that this ring should open the casket."
"He said something else, Papa,"
remarked Raymond. "Never mind that, my boy," said his father, smiling.
"I do mind," murmured Raymond.
And he whispered to his companion,
"He said she should be the bride of the heir."
"What nonsense!" returned Olga. "We have something else to attend to at present."
So it appeared, for a fresh and still more lively debate began among the monkeys,
at the end of which Ludovic informed Olga that it was decided that the council should go immediately to the underground chamber in which the treasures were kept, and that if she would consent to do so, she herself should touch the casket with the ring in their presence, and witness the results. Olga readily agreed, and the Duchess thoughtfully added that the expedition might frighten Eric, and that it would be better for him to play in the palace garden with Mustard and two of the ladies while they were away. Raymond and Olga therefore took him back to the Duke's house, and left him perfectly content, while they returned to the council hall, and found all the monkeys anxiously awaiting them, with torches to light them down the flights of steps and through the dark galleries leading to the treasure-house. The treasure-house itself was a long, low-vaulted chamber, and all round were iron rings or brackets, into which the monkeys thrust their torches. The ducal guards stood at the entrance to keep out all intruders, while the councillors, under Handeman's directions, removed one padlocked box after another, till they disclosed a secret recess, in which was placed what was evidently the greatest of all the treasures, the pink marble casket. It was not very large, about 15 inches long and 6 high, and not a sign was there of any opening whatsoever. In fact, it might have been a simple block of polished marble, shining and delicately veined, but not otherwise remarkable. Were it not that if one lifted it and shook it backwards and forwards, one could hear something slip about inside. And, moreover, it was not so heavy as it would have been had it consisted of solid marble throughout. Handeman took it, and brought it into the centre of the chamber, where he placed it on one of the large boxes which had just been pulled forward. He then told the other monkeys to clear a space and form themselves into a ring, and begged the Duke and Duchess, Raymond and Olga, to come into the middle. He returned the ring, which he had hitherto held, to the little girl, and said something which Ludovic explained. He does not know how or where you must touch the casket, but it is sure that you can open it with the ring. He asks you to press it all round, where lids generally fit onto boxes, until you come to the right place. Olga did as he had asked, without producing the slightest effect. She then struck the 4 corners, the top, the bottom. Still nothing happened. She tried every inch of the surface in vain. The Duke and Duchess and all the others present in turn took the ring, and tried the experiment with equal failure. The monkeys looked as gloomy as it is possible for monkeys to look, and hope was rapidly fading into despair, when Raymond, who had been wandering around in an aimless manner, took it into his head to peer into the recess whence the box had been taken, and exclaimed, "Why, there are some letters carved here, right at the back. Bring a light, quick!" The councillors understood human language perfectly, though they could not speak it, and one ran forward with a torch. Raymond, after a little puzzling, made out this verse: "Not to chieftain, duke, or king,
To gold-haired child the casket shows the fated scroll. Let her kiss the ring, and thrice let the marble be touched with the rose.
Not a moment did Olga hesitate. She hastily kissed the ring, and thrice touched the casket with the signet. The result was instantaneous. The lid of the casket flew open, as if a hidden spring had been pressed, and disclosed to the eager spectators a roll of yellow parchment. Handyman took it out, and gave it to the Duke with a low bow. Raymond squeezed Olga's hand, and the Duchess kissed her, while Ludovic read aloud as follows.
To the children of the Rose City, you will hear these words far from the land of your fathers. Know, then, that your home lies between the Black Mountains, the great forest, and the plains of Mandania, where the country of the Princes of Lorlonia joins the country of the king. To seek it, sail to the shore where the forest meets the sea. Land where 2 tall marble columns mark a roadstead which was once the port of the Rose City. March straight to the north till you see the Black Mountains rising to the east. Then, as you leave the forest, the Crimson City will lie before you. Let those who go bear the swords of their fathers, and attack the city before sunrise on the last day of the old year, for thus only can you conquer. Let her who unseals the casket go with you to unseal the spring, wherein, if you bathe, you shall once more be as your forefathers. When you have won, bring back those left in the island, and let them do likewise. This is the doom and destiny which courage can fulfill. In the hour of triumph, be merciful to the vanquished, and faithful to the Princes of Lorlonia, for your fate is inwoven with theirs.
File 10.
Chapter 10. The Council. It is easy to imagine the excitement of the council on hearing the contents of the scroll, an excitement which rapidly spread throughout the island. For 300 years, generation after generation had known that a spell hung over them, that they were not what they should have been. Monkey parents had taught their monkey children that they must learn what they could of the ways and arts of human beings, for that the day might come when they would be called upon to take their place in the civilized world. A strange limit, however, invariably stopped them when they reached a certain point in their education. All that could be done with hands alone they learnt easily, but to read, to write, or to draw was impossible to them. They could build houses, till the fields, and tend cattle, if their duke or his son superintended them. Left to themselves, they generally became confused and ceased their labours.
While, like other monkeys, they were fond of oysters and shellfish, unlike them, they were expert divers, and their rulers gained most of their wealth from pearl fisheries. Their dukes had from time to time attempted to bring in other human beings to live in the island and direct their subjects. These efforts had hitherto been vain. The enchanter's spell forbade them, and some accident had always proved fatal to the incomers, or had at least obliged their departure. Now Monkey said to Monkey, "We shall have our own again. We shall fight for our rights and win them. We shall be men like our forefathers." All the monkeys who heard the news rushed to the palace, and the gardens and grounds around it were thronged from morning till evening with eager crowds. If Olga appeared, they fell on their knees before her and tried to kiss her hands, her frock, even her little shoes. As for Eric, Mustard and the ladies hardly dared take him beyond the balcony, for every mother monkey on the island wanted to nurse the little prince. They had gathered from the reports of the councillors, who had heard the parchment read, that their ancient rulers came from the country of the Princes of Lorlonia, and that their fortunes were bound up with those of their feudal lords. They looked upon the children as deliverers and heralds of victory, and swore again and again that when they had recovered their own heritage, they would never rest until the rightful heir was restored to the home of his fathers. Another and still more solemn council was soon held, to discuss the means of carrying the directions of the parchment into effect. And while it was sitting, impatient crowds awaited its decisions outside the hall. It is hardly necessary to remark that almost every councillor had a great deal of good advice to give, and many objections to make to the suggestions of the last speaker. At length one cantankerous ape arose and said, "Why should we trouble ourselves in the matter? Who knows if this old parchment is not altogether a fraud? Handerman may have hidden it in that precious box, and have touched a spring when the young lady did what she was told to do by a doggerel which he himself had cut in the rock. Even if the parchment had been lying there for several 100 years, it was probably written by someone who knew that his descendants would be as idiotic as himself." A disgusted howl arose from all his hearers. "And I, at all events, am not prepared to undertake a wild goose chase on the strength of it." "Nobody wants you. Remain a monkey for the rest of your days, more like a cranky old bear." A torrent of such shouts fell upon the devoted head of the unfortunate objector, and Handerman sprang indignantly to his feet, and in a long and eloquent reply assured them that never before, in a long life of devotion to his country, etc., etc., etc. At length Ludovic thought it was time to interrupt the tempest of applause which greeted the president's reply, and to get to business. He therefore arose, and the respect which the wildest monkey always showed to the man who governed them kept the assembly in rapt attention while he addressed it. "Monkeys," said he, "soon to be men," cheers, "two points have to be settled. First, will you undertake the enterprise pointed out to you?
Cries of, "We will!" Secondly, how are you going to do it? That is the question, from the cantankerous ape, and shouts of, "We will fight! You will lead us!" from his colleagues. I will put these questions in order to the council. Don't all speak at once. Let those who are in favour of undertaking the recapture of the Rose City say aye. A howl of aye from 29 monkeys responded to his appeal. Now, those of contrary opinion. The cantankerous monkey jumped up. "I protest," said he, "but my fools of fellow councillors evidently mean to go and get their throats cut, instead of staying quietly at home. If they succeed in turning themselves into anything, it will be into asses, not men. For my part, I prefer to be a monkey, and so decline to have anything more to do with them. Good morning." And he marched out of the hall with all the dignity at his command. "The minority has withdrawn," remarked the Duke quietly, "and the first point is carried unanimously. On the second question, how are you going to do it? I will make a few remarks. We shall have to go in a ship, so let no monkey volunteer who is afraid of the sea." One or two became very serious. "Those who are to go are to take the swords of their fathers. It will therefore be necessary to find out how many monkeys on the island have preserved their ancestral swords. We shall have to fight, so let no one come who is not ready to be drilled first." 2 or 3 others here became grave. "Lastly, we must persuade Princess Olga to come with us. I will undertake to arrange matters with Princess Olga, and for the rest I propose that the council adjourn till this time tomorrow, and that in the meantime the members do ascertain how many monkeys are ready to go to sea, to be drilled first and fight afterwards, and how many swords belonging to their ancestors can be produced by the combatants. Let the names, and if possible the volunteers, be brought here tomorrow. Are all agreed?" No monkey had any objection to offer, though they were rather less keen when it came to acting instead of talking. Nevertheless, Handaman arose and assured his Grace that they were all agreed, and that his injunctions should be strictly carried out. The assembly then dispersed, and the Duke went to look for Olga. The little girl, though ready to accompany the army, raised 2 difficulties. What was to happen to Eric, and how was she to send the ring to the hospodar? "My dear child," said Almeida, "I will take every care of Eric while you are gone. And why should you send to the hospodar? If the Duke can regain his position, and if his subjects turn back again into knights and soldiers, be sure that he will hasten to acknowledge your brother as his feudal lord, and to replace him on the throne of Lorlonia." "Yes, but," replied Olga, hesitating. "You think there are 2 ifs in all this," said the Duke, smiling rather sadly. "Well, I agree. However, what do you think of this idea? We are still in August, and it will be useless for us to set off before December. We are not to attack the city till the last day of the old year, and my monkeys, who are accustomed to warmth, must not be kept longer than possible in a climate far colder than this. There will be plenty of time to send to the hospodar and to get his answer and advice before we go. He will tell you what help you may expect from him, and whether he thinks that the possible advantage which Eric might gain by enlisting so many fresh and faithful subjects in his cause would justify you in leaving him with my wife. In any case, your brother will have 3 months in which to become accustomed to the Duchess and her ladies."
"Oh, yes," said Olga, much relieved. "And you will let Master take the ring, will you not?"
"If you wish it," replied Ludovic, "but would not Eric miss him? Capsicum is as faithful as Mustard, and knows the way better, for he attended me when I went to marry the Duchess, and we passed not far from Dorgine."
To Capsicum, Olga accordingly entrusted the precious ring, with a long letter to the hospodar, in which she explained everything as well as she could, and ended by imploring his advice, and begging him in any case to return the ring, which was so precious to her new friends. Before the ship with Capsicum on board had left Monkey Island, the volunteers, who were afraid neither of sea-sickness nor fighting, and who were also possessed of the necessary weapons, had been selected. They were found to consist of 200 monkeys, all told, in addition to Ludovic and Raymond, and the Duke set to work to drill them without delay. The population of the island amounted to many thousands, but Ludovic felt it would be worse than useless to make monkeys who did not fulfil the necessary conditions, and that he would have a much better chance of success with a small, well-disciplined force. Early in September, Olga was sitting on the parade ground with Eric in her arms. Both were watching with much interest the performances of the newly raised regiments, when Mustard came running towards them, waving his arms and shouting in his own language, of which Olga now understood a few words, "The ship! The ship!" She ran quickly to the pier, and in a few minutes the ship cast anchor, and Capsicum, landing in the little boat, bowed before her and gave her a sealed packet. Anxiously she broke the seal, and found that it contained, together with the ring, the following letter, which, after giving Eric into the charge of Mustard, she proceeded to read. "To my honoured Princess Olga, I was indeed glad to receive your letter, and to know that you and your brother were for the time being in safety. Count Vladimir was, as you may imagine, furious at your flight. He tried for a time to conceal it, and when he found this impossible, he accused Count and Countess Makrovos of having stolen you away. All is confusion. Unfortunately, Vladimir has persuaded several of the nobles that he is your true friend. His brother-in-law, Sir Witold, has helped him greatly, and has also deceived large numbers of the townspeople and countrymen, among whom he has sent messengers in various disguises. I would prefer that you and Eric should be brought to one of the seaports, and that I should receive you there and take charge of you both. But Vladimir has garrisoned all the seaports,
and, as you know, they are to the south of Lorlonia, whereas Dorjin lies to the northwest, and I must force my way through land occupied by Vladimir's troops before I can meet you anywhere. Autumn is near, and it is a bad time of year for beginning a campaign. Still, if fair means are of no avail, fight I must. On the whole, I think you had better leave Eric with the Duchess. He will be safe and happy with her. And since Duke Ludovic wishes you to accompany his army, I cannot oppose your doing so, if you are not afraid. I have heard rumours at different times of the strange tale of the Rose City and the Monkey Island, which you now tell me, and it may be true that you, a child of Lorlonia, are fated to free the descendants of your ancestors' vassals. In any case, I will try and meet you in December, somewhere between Mandania and the great forest beyond the marble mines, for I understand that the city lies in that direction, some 3 days' march from the sea. I will gather together what friends I can, and if Duke Ludovic is able to help us, all may yet be well. Keep a good heart, and kiss Eric for me. Your devoted friend and faithful knight, Jagelon, Hospodar of Dorjin. Without further hesitation, Olga agreed to the wishes of the Duke and his subjects, and consoled herself with the idea that she could still be happy with Eric for 2 months at least, and then would only leave him for a very short time. The 19th of September was his first birthday, which was celebrated throughout the island as a great festival. The Duke ordered a grand review for the occasion, and in the evening there was a magnificent display of fireworks. 3 months later, the good ship Almeida, bearing the rose banner, sailed from the island, manned with a picked crew and carrying with her Ludovic, Raymond, and Olga, the 200 trained monkeys, and the hopes and good wishes of the whole population. The voyage was uneventful, for they knew well how to avoid the ordinary track of ships, and, moreover, were not making for any of the usual seaports. The great forest was rather nearer to the island than the river down which Raymond had escaped with the children, and by noon on the 2nd day of their voyage they began to near the coast, and to look out for the marble pillars which marked the deserted roadstead. "There they are!" cried the keen-eyed Raymond, just as the lookout monkey gave the same warning. By careful soundings they found safe anchorage for their ship, under the shelter of a little promontory, and on Christmas Day Ludovic landed his forces, telling Olga that he hoped they will all have a happier time next year. The crew was left in charge of the ship, with strict orders to keep themselves concealed and to put out to sea if they perceived anyone coming who was likely to board the vessel. "I do not think it probable," added the Duke, "and we shall look to find you waiting for us when we return victorious, some 10 days hence." Ludovic had been very glad of the Hospodar's information that the city was supposed to be some 3 days' march from the sea, and had allowed a little extra time in case of accidents. He and his monkeys marched slowly through the forest, in detached parties of
10 or a dozen, keeping near enough to each other to be able to summon aid in case of danger, without attracting attention by the passage of a large party. Olga, amply provided with warm garments and coverings, was carried in a chair, guarded by Ludovic, Raymond, and a chosen band. The Duke, moreover, fearing lest creatures accustomed to tropical warmth should suffer in colder climates, had provided each monkey with a blanket as a protection against the chill winds of evening. The country through which they had to pass was not wrapped in snow like more northern regions, yet there was a sharp touch of frost in the air, and the tall, leafless trees looked strangely gaunt and weird, as the soldier apes marched beneath them by day, or curled themselves up in their branches by night. 2 days before that fixed for the attack, the adventurers saw the Black Mountains rising to the east. The trees stood further apart, and the rays of winter sunlight sparkled more freely on the short grass.
"We are drawing near the city," cried Raymond. "How I long to hasten on and scale the walls!"
"Quietly, my boy," replied Ludovic. "We must halt here. Give the signal for our forces to assemble as soon as evening falls." The message was passed on quickly from band to band, and when twilight came, the hairy, long-armed warriors drew together around their leader. The Duke chose Capsicum and 2 other monkeys, and bade them go to spy out the city by night, and bring him word next morning as to its distance and apparent strength. On receiving their report that an hour's march would bring them beneath its walls, that the inhabitants slept by day and feasted by night, and that scanty or no guard appeared to be kept on the ramparts, Ludovic told all his troops to rest that day, and to meet him again at midnight, ready to take the city before the sun should rise on the last day of the year.
File 11.
Chapter 11. Victory and Tidings. The master slept on his couch on the terraced roof, beneath the silver canopy. The dwarfs, near the columns, swung their censers. But the crouching attendants no longer waved fans. Rather, they kept alive braziers, fed with scented wood, and drew the crimson curtains closer to keep out the chill air of winter. The midnight feast was over in the Rose City, and the sleepy dwarves had retired to their marble chambers to sleep away the short December day. No work, save the cooking of meats and the twining of evergreens, was ever done during the last week in the year, and all gave themselves up to high revelry. The watch kept was never very serious, for the spells woven by the master around the city were so powerful that few mortals had ever succeeded in discovering its whereabouts, and the neighbouring quarrymen were so thoroughly convinced that it was haunted and dangerous that they never dared approach its walls. Little did the dwarfs, sleeping on their silken cushions, dream of the dark procession which was advancing up the long avenue of marble kings and chiefs, just as the morning stars were fading in the sky. The sculptured statues seemed not to frown on these dusky warriors, as they had done on Vladimir. Rather, Ludovic, who strode in front of his band, fancied that his silent forefathers relaxed their stern aspect and bade him welcome as he passed. "Now," he whispered to his head officer, who followed close behind, "the palace is before us. Let us enter boldly and take possession. With this citadel in our hands, we can defy any enemy." He led the way up the steps of the portico, and was about to enter the narrow doorway leading into the central hall, when he was stopped by a cry of pain from one of his followers. He turned and saw that the monkey had been hit in the arm by an arrow discharged by an unseen foe. The cry had awakened other dwarfs, who were lodged in a sort of watch-tower on the roof of the palace by the side of the dome, and they, seizing their bows, discharged a flight of arrows at the invaders. Meantime, the first archer, who had accidentally seen them as he was mounting a staircase on his way home from a feast, and had shot at them through a loophole in the wall, rushed off to warn the dwarves who were in charge of the great tocsin, or alarm bell of the city. Its heavy clang soon sounded far and wide, and summoned the inhabitants from every street and garden to the defence of the palace. The monkeys, totally unaccustomed to pain, shrunk back on first feeling the darts of their tiny opponents. But Ludovic, with all the instincts of his knightly race hot within him, rejoiced to find himself in the thick of a fray. He drew his sword, and bidding his monkeys form a solid square on the platform beneath the portico, he threw himself in front of them, and prepared to drive back the swarm of dwarfs who rapidly assailed them on every side. The monkeys soon recovered their courage, particularly when they saw the boy Raymond fighting as bravely as his father and driving back the pygmies again and again. Scores soon lay wounded at their feet. Hundreds, however, rushed on to take their place. Still worse, the door behind them was pushed violently open, and fresh regiments of dwarfs, who had been hastily marshalled in the recesses of the palace, attacked them from the rear. A thought struck the Duke, and in the monkey tongue, which the dwarfs did not of course understand, he bade half his force, headed by Capsicum, swarm up the columns of the portico and thus gain the roof, and then charge down upon the dwarfs inside, and, if possible, capture the central hall from within, while he and his supporters continued to keep at bay the increasing forces outside. Still the dwarfs rushed on like the waves of the sea, and were still driven back by the Duke, Raymond, and their apes, who, no longer frightened, but maddened by their wounds, fought now like men, if not like heroes. At length, a shout of triumph from their brethren inside gave them fresh hope and heart. The dwarfs, who had attacked them from behind, rushed back into the palace to help those within. "Go after them!" cried the Duke to the hindmost ranks of his monkeys. "Back into the hall and secure it. We will follow you by degrees, and our enemies shall not enter with us." What he said was done. In a few minutes the central hall was in the hands of the monkey forces, and the door was closed, and guarded against the enemies without. All the dwarfs inside the palace were soon captured and bound.
And then Ludovic demanded, "Who and where is your leader?" No answer was forthcoming. The shouts and fury of the throngs without were deafening, but inside the hall was total silence. The Duke became impatient. "Now," he said, "I must have an answer. I have come to demand my own again. I may go out once more to wound and slay the inhabitants of this city until none remain, but I do not desire their destruction. I would rather treat with your chief. Produce him. If you will not, I must find him for myself." Still silence within and tumult without. "Well," continued Ludovic, "I suppose he is not present, as no chief would be such a coward as to refuse to answer for himself and his people. So do you, Capsicum, stop here and look after these fellows, while I take 20 soldiers with me and explore the rest of the building."
"Your Grace had better take torches," replied Capsicum. "We had trouble enough coming down through the dark galleries."
Ludovic took his advice, and, fortunately, at once chose the passage through which the dwarfs had conducted Vladimir on Midsummer Eve. Past the small hall, up the staircase, and along the second gallery went the Duke and his followers, and found themselves on the terrace, where the enchanter and foe of their race dreamed away the centuries. Just as Ludovic stepped onto the marble pavement, the tardy sun rose in the winter sky, and a strange, instantaneous transformation scene took place. All the carved roses of the marble latticework which formed the parapet of the terrace suddenly blossomed into real flowers, and from each one issued a tiny elf, while a lovely lady sprang from a crimson column which took the form of a living rose-tree when touched by the first beams of the sun. As she advanced, the old man rose from his couch and bowed low before her, saying, "This is your day, O Queen. Once every year you come to rouse me from my slumbers. Queen of the Dawn, what would you with the Master of Dreams?" "Master," replied the Queen, "your reign in this city is ended. The spell is broken, and the victor is here. For 300 years your dwarves have served you, and night has kept life away from the city and the forest. At length the rightful lord has fulfilled the prophecy, and has met the Queen of the Dawn at sunrise on the last day of the year. Now the golden-haired child has but to unseal the magic fountain, and the sons of those who were enchanted by the Lord of Dreams shall have their own once more." The old man knelt at her feet. "Ah, Queen," said he, "all is lost. Where shall I find rest, and send my dreams abroad into the world?" "Go," said she, "summon your dwarfs, and bid them cease their clamour."
Let them follow you through the great forest to the shores of the sea. There the ivory boats await you, and you will pass away in them to the country of the mist." The old man bowed again, and sighing deeply, passed down the marble stairs by which Ludovic had come up. Ludovic, in blank amazement, turned to the Queen, who said, "Follow," and led him also to the central hall. Dwarfs and monkeys alike stood speechless with astonishment as the dreaded master and the lovely Queen with her attendant elves entered into their midst. But the dwarfs soon realized their fate. The Duke bade the monkeys unbind them and let them go. The door was thrown open, and all tumult ceased, as the enchanter, for the first time during 3 centuries, left the palace walls. Silently he went forth. Silently his people followed him, and left forever the Rose City, to live and dream far off in the country of the mist. "Now," said the Queen, "fetch the child with the ring. You must have brought her, or you would not be here. Then I will show you the fountain, and my task will be done. It is only on this day that I come to the Rose City. Then I go to visit my sister, the Queen of the Twilight, who lives in the Valley of Wishes, and so I pass on my way to other lands." She said the last words to Ludovic, unheard by Raymond. For the moment that the order to fetch the child had been given, he had dashed away with 6 monkeys in search of Olga. The little girl had been left at a safe distance from the city, in charge of the 4 monkeys who carried her chair. They were part of the ship's crew, and had accompanied the army as her special attendants. Raymond found her in a great state of anxiety. She had heard the cries of the combatants, and had seen in the distance the long procession of little white men and women passing away into the forest. Now her joy and relief were great when she heard that the victory was complete, and that it only remained for her to come with her precious ring and unseal the magic fountain. "Welcome, little one," said the Queen of the Dawn, when Olga was led into her presence. "You have done much, and have still much to do. Yet do not fear, for the omen of today is happy." She led the way through gardens, fair even in winter, and fairer still by their promise of the spring, till they came to a vast enclosed space, with a wall all round it. No door was visible, and within was heard the murmur of falling waters. "Do you remember," said the Queen, smiling at Olga, "how you opened the casket?" Olga smiled in return, and, kissing the signet, pressed it thrice against the marble wall. A heavy door, hitherto unseen, immediately swung back, and disclosed a large bath with a fountain playing in the centre. With one accord, the soldier monkeys rushed into the water, and in a few minutes issued apes no longer, but gallant knights, clothed in complete armour. The 4 sailors followed their example, and were, with equal promptitude, transformed into sturdy bluejackets. The knights at once knelt before Ludovic, and proffered him their oath of fealty, and he and Raymond, in turn, did homage to Olga, as heiress of Lorlonia, and renewed their vow that their first enterprise should be to restore Eric to his principality. Then all turned with warm thanks and offers of service to the Queen of the Dawn. She answered graciously that she rejoiced in their happiness, and must now be gone. "To you, Princess Olga," she added, "I repeat, be brave still, as you have been hitherto. Your task is not yet over. I go where you see those 2 black peaks rising in the east. Few can distinguish them, fewer still can reach them. They are the portals of the Black Gorge. I know not whether you may yet have cause to seek them. It would be a hard journey for one so young, but remember my words, for you at least behold them." Olga kissed the Queen's hand, and then fixed her eyes on the black peaks. Even while she looked, the Queen, with all her train, passed suddenly away, and not one of the company could say whither she had gone. "Now," said Ludovic, "the first step is won, and we may rest a while. Let us go into the palace, where, if I mistake not, the dwarfs have left goodly remnants of their feasts. We shall none of us be sorry for breakfast." This proposal met with universal applause, and the meal was in progress, with merry jests and laughter, when a clash of horses' hoofs was heard in the avenue, and a shout of "What ho! Is anyone within?" One of the knights hastened to the door, and saw a youth of about 15, splashed with mud, and looking pale and exhausted. "Can you tell me where to find Princess Olga of Lorlonia?" he cried. "She is here," answered the knight. "Come in and rest yourself, and she will give you audience." "I have no time to rest," replied the boy. "I must speak with her at once. Could anyone give my horse a feed and a rub meanwhile?" The knights called one of the sailors, and told him to do his best for the horse, while he took the messenger into the hall. "Why, George!" exclaimed Olga, instantly recognizing that luckless page. "How did you come here?" George knelt and kissed her hand, and then, rising, said, "I have pressing news for your Highness's private ear." "I think you had better tell Duke Ludovic, and his son Raymond also," replied the little girl. "They are my friends and guardians, and if your news is important, I shall need their advice." The page having consented, the Duke insisted that he should eat a piece of bread and drink a cup of wine, and then all 4 went into the smaller hall, where George related, as briefly as he could, the events which had happened since the hospodar wrote to Olga. Jagellon had done his best to assemble an army to march against Vladimir, but had found great difficulty.
Most of the knights and nobles were unwilling to begin a campaign in the autumn, and wished to await the return of spring, when the king might be expected back from his distant expedition, and might take the whole question in hand. Few believed that the children were away in Monkey Island. Some thought that Vladimir himself had hidden them. Others that they had been stolen and concealed by the Makrovos or other friends of their own. Some gave Count Vladimir credit for being really friendly to Eric, and others had been won over to his side by bribes or promises. The hospodar regarded himself as pledged to meet Olga in December, and hoped that at least no one else would interfere, and that he and Vladimir would be left to fight the matter out on equal terms. Here also he was unfortunately deceived. Once master of Lorlonia, the Count had far larger resources at his command than his opponent. Beside, he was on the spot, while Jagellon had to bring his men from a distance. Sir Witold and several of his acquaintances brought troops, and when Jagellon met the traitors near Mandania, the frontier town, he and his men were largely outnumbered. George and some of the others who had escaped from the castle of Lorlonia had gathered as many friends as they could, and had joined the hospodar. "If we had you and Prince Eric with us," he continued, "we could have raised the country. As it was, people did not know whom to believe or what to think. The end of it was that the battle was fought yesterday, and though our men were as brave as lions, and the hospodar fought like a paladin, we got the worst of it, and had to fall back on a neighbouring stronghold. Vladimir did not gain much advantage, however, and the battle has delayed his plans. Now I have come post-haste to tell you that that scoundrel Nicholas is dead, and has sent you a message." "Nicholas dead? And sent me a message?" exclaimed Olga, more and more astonished. "Yes, this is how it came about. He had been annoyed with Count Vladimir for some time. He had been adviser and helped him in everything, and thought that the Count did not treat him properly. Just before the battle, he went to the headquarters and demanded to be at once invested, in the presence of the principal captains and leaders, with the fief of Tortosima, which he had said had been promised to him long ago. Count Vladimir gave an evasive answer. Nicholas lost his temper. Angry words passed. At last Sir Witold jumped up and said, 'Why not tell him the truth, Vladimir? You can give him something else, but you cannot give him Tortosima, as you have already given it to me.' Nicholas was furious, and left the tent vowing vengeance against both brothers-in-law. He went to his quarters, summoned 6 soldiers who were his personal followers, and left the camp, meaning to desert to the hospodar. Sir Witold evidently suspected something of the sort, for he sent a couple of squires after him, who caught sight of him as he was approaching our lines. One of the squires shot an arrow at him, which wounded him mortally. His men picked him up and rode forward to our ranks, carrying a white cloth on the end of a spear as a flag of truce. Our sentries let them pass, seeing that their leader had been wounded by the enemy, and just then I rode up in attendance on the hospodar. Nicholas knew me and called to me in a faint voice that, if I loved my master's children, I should come and hear what he had to say before he died. Jagellon gave me leave,
telling me to rejoin him as soon as possible. Nicholas told me of his quarrel with Vladimir and added, "This I know. Tomorrow night he means to pass the Black Gorge into the Valley of Wishes. He learnt from the enchanter of the Rose City that whoso first crosses the stream at the foot of those mountains, after the bell tolls the passing of the old year, will gain the fulfilment of any wish formed during the past 12 months. He has wished to have Eric in his power and will claim that wish. Rumour says that Princess Olga is somewhere in this country. If you can find her and tell her this, she may yet be beforehand with the Count. The chance is small, and I care not much what happens. Yet I would rather she should gain the day than that my ungrateful master should triumph. I did all for him, and my death lies at his door." Having said this, he died. I galloped back to the hospodar and found him already advancing to battle, so I could not tell him what I had heard till the fight was over. Then he told me that you might possibly be here, and that I could learn more at the quarries. I reached them this morning, and was obliged to rest my horse, while I found with some difficulty a quarryman willing to give me information as to where the city lay. "Then," said Olga, who had hung breathless on every word, "I must cross the stream before Vladimir. The Queen of the Dawn said I might have to go, and it is the only way of saving Eric. I know where the Black Gorge lies. It is now nearly noon, and I have 12 hours before midnight strikes. I must start at once." "How will you go, my dear?" said the Duke. "A child like you cannot cross those dismal mountains. Let me go instead. I will wish now whatever you desire, and claim the fulfilment there." "No," replied Olga. "The Queen said few could reach the valley, and that I could. Besides, no one can do it in time unless they ride. You are heavier than I am, and I should have a better chance if George will lend me his horse." "Gladly, Princess," answered the page, "but I fear my horse would never do the distance in 12 hours. He was in the battle yesterday, and I rode him almost all the night. If you could possibly have a strong pony, he would be much more useful in those mountain paths. I will go with you." "No, you won't," said Raymond. "You are quite done up, and it's my turn now. Just wait a minute." He was out of the hall before anyone could stop him, and back again directly. "I saw some ponies," he announced, breathless from haste, "as we came here, grazing on the edge of the forest. I've sent the sailors and some of the other men to catch two as quickly as possible. You lend us your saddle, and I will put it on one and rig up a pillion for Olga to sit behind me. We will lead the other with us to change in case the first gets tired by the time we reach the foot of the mountains. Then we will let the first go, and we will be over the stream before Vladimir. Never fear."
File 12.
Chapter 12. The Valley of Wishes. The young moon shed her soft rays on two travellers who were toiling up a stony path between the frowning peaks which guarded the Black Gorge. The little girl rode a shaggy pony,
while the boy had dismounted and trudged stolidly at her side.
"It's all right, Olga," said he. "We're in plenty of time. The night is so clear and frosty that the great bell which tolls the hours in the city sounds even here. Listen."
As he spoke, the deep tones rang out, and the children counted 10.
"You see," continued Raymond, "we are near the top of the pass now, and it will be very easy going down. Are you very tired?"
"Oh, no. But you must be. You have walked all the way from the foot of the mountain."
"Not a bit of it. It's much easier than riding 2 on a pony uphill, and safer too."
Another half-hour brought them to the summit, and they paused to look down on either side. The descent before them seemed fairly simple. There was no beaten track, but the dry bed of a mountain stream wound between large stones and low grassy banks, till it disappeared in the mist which overhung the valley beneath. And from the mist arose a murmuring sound, which they took to be the noise of the stream which Olga was to cross when midnight was past. They turned to look at the path by which they had climbed, with great toil and difficulty. It was so steep and rugged that Olga had often proposed to leave the pony and clamber up on foot. To this Raymond would not consent. He had insisted on dragging the pony up after him, and was now very proud of his success.
"Look!"
cried Olga suddenly, in a low and alarmed tone.
"What is that?"
Raymond gave a suppressed whistle.
"No doubt about it, I'm afraid. It's your scoundrel of a cousin. Well, he's coming up the mountain with 2 other fellows, and they all have heavy war horses. We did not think the way up particularly easy, and where a pony stumbles, a charger is uncommonly likely to fall. Come along, Olga. They'd better not see us, for though they would find it hard to catch us, if they did manage it, we should not be very heavy weights to pitch over a precipice."
Olga needed no second invitation to make good speed, and as the bell sounded 11, they found themselves enveloped in mist and standing on the brink of the stream which formed the boundary of the Valley of Wishes.
"You must not cross yet," said Raymond, in a voice trembling with excitement. "The best thing to do will be to choose the easiest place to get over, and then to hide quietly till we hear the bell toll again. Then you can stand ready and jump across the moment the 12th stroke has sounded."
"How clever you are," answered Olga, and, tired as they were, the children walked slowly along the bank, till they found a place where 1 or 2 large rocks might act as stepping-stones. Raymond crossed forward and backwards to test them, and pronounced them quite satisfactory.
"It's warmer here than above," he said. "Let us sit down to rest and eat the remainder of our bread."
They did so, and talked quietly together, while the pony cropped the short grass near them, till they heard voices at the top of the pass.
"They are there,"
whispered Olga in a tone of alarm.
"I expect it's about 11:30, and they will be down in time." "They may be down in time," whispered Raymond in return, "but we are here first, and have found the best place to cross." "Vladimir is a strong man, and could jump the stream anywhere,"
replied the little girl, nearly crying.
"Don't be afraid, only be ready," said the boy in a consoling manner. "Keep quite still now, while I lead the pony further off and tie him to a tree. We must not let them suspect that we are here, and then they won't be in such a hurry." Raymond did as he proposed, and then returned to Olga. The voices, heard from time to time, were coming nearer, and at last the boy whispered, "They have left their horses and are coming fast. I know what I will do. You see that large rock close to where the Count will jump the stream? If he arrives, as is most likely, just in time, I will go and hide behind it, and if he tries to cross at the same time as you do, I will leap out and catch hold of his leg. Of course, he is stronger than I am, but a minute's delay will make the difference. He may hurt you. He will have no time to attend to me. Stay where you are. I must go at once, before they're near enough to see me." Olga's heart almost stood still with terror when Raymond left her on what she felt to be a dangerous errand. Alone, in the middle of the night, all depended on her courage and agility. A false step, and Vladimir would win. What would that mean to Eric? Their voices were quite close now. She could hear the Count say to his companion, "We are here, Witold. We win this venture also, and then all is ours." "Right, Vladimir," replied the other, as the three men gained the level ground. "Listen," cried the squire who attended them. The first stroke of the midnight bell. 1, 2, 3. Olga rose to her feet. Vladimir drew nearer to the stream. 4, 5, 6. As the notes sounded, the Count exclaimed, "Here is the place." 7, 8, 9. "You can jump it easily," cried Witold. 10, 11, 12. Olga sprang to the first stone. The Count would have cleared the whole stream while she did so, had not Raymond shot like an eel from behind the rock. He caught Vladimir's leg as he was in the very act of leaping, and her enemy fell head foremost into the water, as Olga safely gained the further shore. Witold seized Raymond, while the squire hastened to help his master. The boy, however, had not lived with monkeys so many years for nothing. With a jerk, he twisted himself out of the knight's grasp and leapt the stream before the Count was on his feet again. The three men followed, but too late. As the echoes of the great bell died slowly in the mountain tops, the mist rolled away from the valley, and a crowd of weird and most undistinguishable forms thronged to meet the newcomers. Tall black beings and little children dressed in white were mingled in hopeless confusion with animals, known and unknown, with fair ladies and dark-browed brigands, even with plants and flowers, which seemed to have become alive,
and to desire to join in this strange welcome to the new year.
"Come this way,"
they cried, singling out Olga from the men.
"You were the first to cross the stream. Come this way and see our queen."
The Count and his companions were too much astonished by the spectacle to attempt immediate vengeance on Raymond, who quietly took Olga's hand and led her forward, while the others followed. They soon perceived two ladies, seated on a throne on the top of a little hill, and Olga and Raymond joyfully recognized one of them as their friend, the Queen of the Dawn. She was dressed in soft pink draperies, woven with threads of gold, which cast light around her whenever she moved. On her head she wore a crown of tiny sunbeams, and she carried a gold sceptre. Her sister, the Queen of the Twilight, who appeared to bear sway in the valley, wore floating garments of blue and silver. Her shadowy veil was fastened to a coronet of stars, and in her hand she held a silver wand. "Come hither, child," she said kindly. "You have fairly won your venture. Now, choose wisely and well. All depends upon your choice." During the hasty ride of the afternoon and the weary scaling of the mountain at night, Olga had endeavoured to recall her wishes of the past year. She had tried to frame new ones. Yet all she seemed able to say to herself and Raymond was, "How I wish Eric was safe and home again." What she had wished before she could hardly remember, though she dimly felt that it was no good to her cousin. Now the Queen bade her stand by her side, and told Raymond and the men to wait behind her, while she summoned the wishes of all the mortals present to pass before them. Raymond's wishes came first. They were a cheery band: ponies, a bow and arrow, a suit of armour. These took quaint and lively shapes as they hurried past. Clearest of all was the floating form of a little girl, and Olga could not help recognizing it as a reflection of herself. The Queen smiled, and the Queen of the Dawn said, "They may be realized yet, Raymond, but my sister cannot give you the choice tonight." The wishes of the squire and Sir Witold followed. They were of sterner stuff, and as a dark figure with a dagger in one hand and a bag of gold in the other passed by with scowling glances, the Queen of the Twilight remarked, "It is well for you, Sir Knight, that such a dream of crime and greed is not fulfilled. Wishes like those bring their own punishment." Then came the wishes of Vladimir. A princely diadem stained with gore, a gloomy soldier with downcast eyes bearing a sceptre, a veiled form which seemed to crush a child in its grasp. These, and many more, a dark and hideous troop, went by. The Count himself trembled as his thoughts took shape before his eyes. "Would it have been well with you if you had had the choice of one of these?" said the Queen.
Now, let Olga's wishes appear, and wait before her. For she must choose which shall be fulfilled tonight. Only one cannot be granted. Her mother cannot live on earth again. Many a childish wish was there. Fresh flowers in her garden, birds and holidays, a boat in which she might row on the river, and other children to play with. The sad wish, lost for ever, was there also, and the tears filled Olga's eyes as she saw it appear. Last came 2 wishes, and all started as they took their place. They both bore the likeness of Vladimir. One was ghastly pale, as if life had left him. The other was bright and smiling, and bore an infant tenderly in his arms. "What are these wishes of yours, my child?" said the Queen of the Twilight. Olga turned pale, and then flushed rosy red. I think I remember now, your Majesty," she answered timidly. "When cousin Vladimir left our castle last summer, he asked me what I wished him. And I said I wished him to love Eric, really and truly. I suppose that is the wish which holds the baby." "And the other?" Olga dropped her voice almost to a whisper. "I know it was wrong, but I thought he wanted to kill Eric, and I wished he were dead."
"You see, you thought right," broke in Raymond. "His wishes showed that he did wish to kill Eric, and you too, I expect."
"Hush, Raymond," said the Queen. "She must choose for herself, and none may guide her." Olga paused. Vladimir had been very cruel, and wished to be more cruel still. Yet she could not choose his death. There were her wishes for Eric's safety, which stood before her as smiling children. She might take one of those, and leave the Count to the vengeance of Duke Ludovic and her other friends. Yet, would it not be better, even for Eric, and certainly for Vladimir himself, that he too should become the little prince's friend? She thought so, and advancing towards the form of Vladimir holding the child, she touched it, and said, "I choose that cousin Vladimir should love Eric, really and truly." The whole of the thought figures instantly vanished away, and the real Vladimir, advancing from behind the throne, fell at the child's feet and said, "Olga, you shall have your wish. I will love Eric, and be his faithful vassal. I thought that this night would be my last, when I saw your wishes appear, after you had seen all the wickedness of mine. You have saved my life, and you shall see that even I know what gratitude means." "Well chosen, child," said the Queen of the Twilight. There are few to whom it is given to choose which of their wishes shall be fulfilled, and fewer still to whom such a choice would be a blessing. If you have friends for whom you care, do not send them to this valley. Let them win the prizes for which they long by honest work and perseverance. A wish formed in anger and gratified in haste may injure an enemy, but it will injure far more him who has uttered it. However, this warning is not for you. Your wish was a right and good one. It has secured your brother's rights and won peace for his people. Go home in happiness, and in years to come, may Raymond also have his best wish gratified. Nearly 7 happy years have hastened by, and the castle of Lorlonia is the scene of such rejoicing as it never knew before. On its highest tower floats the royal standard, having on one side the eagle banner of Lorlonia, and on the other Duke Ludovic's crimson rose. For the king himself has come to grace the marriage of Sir Raymond, youngest yet bravest of his knights, with Princess Olga, the fairest lady of his empire, and sister to the most powerful of his princes. The youthful Eric has met the monarch at his frontier city, and ridden with him to the castle, and he now dismounts and holds the king's stirrup, while he bids him welcome, and thanks him for the honour done to his house. Then a gallant throng of nobles, knights, and fair ladies, proudly marshalled by the ancient seneschal, come forward to greet their sovereign and do him homage. There is the brave hospodar, rejoicing in the happiness of his little lady, now so tall and beautiful. There is the good Duke Ludovic and his kindly Duchess, proud of their brave son, and feeling that the dearest wish of their hearts is fulfilled, since he has won the bride whom they destined for him years ago. Their summer home is the Rose City, but they still spend the winter months in their old dominion, now called Olga's Isle. For only one ape, the cantankerous counsellor, remains in what was once Monkey Island. Here are Irene and Xenia, each with a knightly husband, and Count and Countess Makrovos, who once more live at the castle and train up their young prince with devoted care. They need no longer fear force or guile, for Count Vladimir has kept his vow and is the most faithful of Eric's many faithful vassals. George is here, and has become Raymond's favourite squire and friend, while in the background